Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see you all, that you all fitted in, because what I have to say is that we had a lot of people register, and it's one of those strange things. Actually, I'm really glad that some people didn't turn up, because you've all got in. And it's also good. I went to the toilets, and I've just asked Katie, can you just check the toilets? Because I don't think any event organiser has ever been asked before, but there was a queue at the toilets. I don't know who designed this building, but so be it. But yeah, lovely to see you all here. It's our third shift conference, which we're delighted, and it grows every year, and we've got some fantastic speakers to come all this way to the Northeast. It's surprising how many of our speakers have never been to the Northeast before, so it's great that they can see all the sites. I'm Rob Charlton, Chief Executive of Space Group, and if you don't know who Space Group are, we are 4 businesses based in working in the built environment. We've got Space Architects, long-established architectural practice from the Northeast, 1957. We set out on our journey. Then we've got BIM Technologies, we've got BIM Store, and more recently we've got TwinView. Everything about the business is about using innovation to improve some of the challenges in the industry, and often that is around sustainability and things like that. So I'm going to start the introduction, and my role usually, that's the same bloke again, is just to set the scene with some numbers. I love doing looking at stats, and particularly around what's happening in carbon and energy. So this is the one that we always start with. This is where we are in relation to carbon production, and you can see it's a bit of a you've probably seen many versions of this chart, but what's important is that 2023 was the warmest year on record, and I think that had just been announced this time last year when we had our event. It was heading that way. So there is something happening, there is something going on, and those that are from the Northeast will know the building on the left-hand side, which is Cragside, and I put that in just to give us a sort of sense of timescale. So Cragside was finished with its extensions around 1880, 1886, and that's the timescale of from the left-hand side where these challenges started. So it's not that long ago that we've had this industrial revolution, and we've ended up where we are. Other stats that I found and charts which I'm sharing is very much around who's producing all of this carbon, which countries, who's responsible. And from 1970 to 2021, you'll see it's the USA and China are the main protagonists for this. And I know that China does get a bad rep, but obviously the USA also is very much involved, and China is, and India is growing with its contribution as well. And across the globe, 49% at the moment of carbon emissions comes from China or America. Obviously, we had our internal conference yesterday, and we're having this conversation, and yesterday was a pretty bad day for the planet. Obviously, America got a new president who believes that that climate change is a hoax. One of his favourite sayings is "drill, baby, drill." So these are the kind of things, and I looked at his manifesto in relation to carbon. That was what I woke up yesterday morning and thought, let's just remind myself, thinking that he would never get in again. Oh, bloody hell, I better read what he's saying about carbon, and none of it's very good. Let's say when he says it's a hoax, he's going for growth, and his growth's coming from fossil fuels. He's also cancelling their car electrification programme. So there's nothing good going to happen in the environment for the next 4 years. So we can feel very depressed about that. But my take on it is we've got 4 years in the UK to come up with some great things, that when we do get a new president in America who may think more about the environment, because he can't do it again, he only gets 2 chances, we've got some great ideas. So that's my motivator. And then the other one I looked at was who around the world has got a commitment to net zero. It's great to see that some countries, I didn't know that some countries are already achieving it, tiny countries. But we're in there. We've got our 2050 target. We've got some work to do to get there, obviously. Unfortunately, there's some that, India, theirs is 2070. That's a little way away. 2060 for Russia. So yeah, there's some countries got some work to do. And then the other thing I do every year, unfortunately, is I kind of assess the natural disasters that we've had the year before. So we had Hurricane Milton. And one of the things that when you look at it, that actually, when you do check the data, there isn't more natural disasters. They're about the same, little bit of growth, but it's the severity. That's what's changed. So there's something going on, but unfortunately the President of the United States says it's a hoax. But these sort of things are suggesting that they're not a hoax, whether they be fires or floods, typhoons, all around the world, and the impact it's having on people and communities enormous. And then pretty up to date and quite close to home, what's happened in Valencia at a human level is just horrendous. And seeing views like that, I never thought I would see something like that. So what's causing that? And the scientists are saying it's down to climate change one way or another. But that's all negative and could be slightly depressing, but there is great progress being made, and this is another fantastic diagram. We are, in the UK, we are making some great progress, so we're going in the right direction. Emissions are reducing, which is great to see, and there's a projection for emissions to continue. And then for those of us that are particularly focused on the built environment, between 2008 and 22, there was a 26% reduction in relation to buildings and their carbon production, which is a great thing to see. And a lot of that is generated obviously by the reduction in the grid down to 72% reduction in the grid from offshore wind and things like that. And then more up to date, 2022 to 2023, residential buildings down 7.2%. Other buildings down 3.5%, still work to do there, but as I said, going in the right direction. And then another great chart is in relation to buildings, we're seeing that over the years, we've seen that falling. So there's a lot of good things. This is UK specific. And then finally for us, a bit of self-indulgence, which is great. This year we delivered our first net zero school, which is in Woodlands. The kids went in September, and the level of targets that it achieved was 900 kilograms of CO2 per metre squared of embodied carbon. Work to do there. It's not a metric that currently the DFE are measuring, but we do know they're going to have a new framework next year, and we believe they're going to bring that down. And Catherine will talk a little bit more about those kind of targets. And then importantly, operational carbon, they're aiming for 55 kilowatts per metre squared. We're monitoring slight pitch. With TwinView, we're now monitoring the performance of that building. It'll be a 12-month, we won't know for 12 months because you've got to take the whole cycle of the 12 months. You imagine school's a bit unusual because in the summer it's empty, so it's not using much energy, and it's only operational till about 4 or 5 o'clock. So it's a bit of unusual, and that's why 55 is achievable. But 55 is impressive. Most buildings will be 200 to 300. That's the kind of level that they're getting to. And then the other side is with schools, there's a huge amount of photovoltaics on the roof for any of you that have worked on schools, and that is generating a whole load of energy to offset that 55. Interesting, yesterday we had, as I said, at our own conference, we were looking live. Yesterday in Bishop Auckland, it was only generating 6 kilowatts, but that might be to do with the weather in Bishop Auckland, I suspect. We're not in one of the best areas for sun. So, yeah, so that there are some positives. There is progress. I say we've been doing it for 3 years, but it's great to see some really positive things. Speaking of positive things, we've got Chris back this year. So this is Chris's 3rd year of hosting. So Chris does all of the hard work on the day. Chris is, I see what you say, principal of Grain of Sand, his own business, but founder of Surfers Against Sewage. And for those that were here the first year when Chris did his talk, I always think of Chris as the poo man. And he always, his big claim to fame is he's got an inflatable turd. So he's an activist, or he has been an activist. In his later years, he's probably less of an activist. But also, and I'm going to try and remember this, Chris last year did the best faux pas I've ever come across, and particularly in front of a whole audience. I'm going to try and remember it. So he said, there was one of the speakers, what was her name? I can't remember. Anyway, he said, she's a bundle of energy like I found out last night. and that we'd been out for dinner, and he was sitting next to her. But that was his, and then Chris continued to talk on and didn't realise what he'd said, but everyone in the audience did. So see, it's a fantastic day. What's great today is that's me done. I've got to do a little bit catch up at the end, a little bit of a wrap up, but that's me done. So today, from my point of view, I can sit and listen to the fantastic speakers we've got. So with that, I shall pass over to Chris, and we're hoping for a fantastic faux pas again this year.
Thank you. I hope I don't. So it's a delight to be back here, third year. Lots of familiar faces and lots of new ones. I think we've got Andy's come up from Cornwall, and I think even someone's in from Australia for the conference. So kind of spreading that kind of word. A little bit of housekeeping first. There no fire alarms planned. So if there is one, go out the exits and follow shift staff who've got the lovely T-shirts on. We are broadcasting live on YouTube for the whole day. So if you don't want to be on film, then let people know, the camera people know. And if in the Q&A, please wait for the microphone to get to you so that you can actually be heard and that will go live. Otherwise, the people watching can't hear. The order of the day, and the same with photography as well. So if you don't want to be in any photos, please let the photographers know. The order of the day, we've got the keynote from the great John Elkington here, followed by a coffee break. So John's going to speak for about half an hour, I think, and then a Q&A. So be prepared to go on that Q&A with some good provocative questions and debates. One of the beautiful things about this event is the vibrancy, and from the previous 2 years, kind of really passionate, purposeful, pushing debate about the challenges that are facing us. So we'll then have a coffee break. After coffee, we'll hear from Alex Cropley from Low Carbon Materials, Catherine Sinclair from Space Architects, and then we'll have a panel to talk about the hidden carbon footprint, about embodied carbon. And we'll be joined by Steve Down from the Sewell Group on that. Then we'll have lunch, and lunch is always cracking here, really good lunch. And then in the afternoon, we've got Emily Penn coming in. She's a founder and director of Expedition, kind of sailed 80,000 miles around the world, trying to look after our oceans. And then Sophie Simpson from Cundall. And then we'll grab a coffee before another talk from Deborah O'Hanlon, who's just come in from Northern Ireland this morning, or late last night, from Henry Brothers. And then a final panel of the day, Sustainability by Design, Tackling Carbon at Every Stage. And then we'll have a wrap-up and a few drinks before we all head off for the day. Wi-Fi, you can log on, Wi-Fi guest, and you need to create an account, and then that'll log you in to the university. All the speakers' full biogs are on the website. And then that kind of leaves me to do the intro to John. So I just wanted to bring up a slide. Now, I first met John, 1992, we think this picture was taken. This was your second or third book? So eighth or ninth, there you go. So this was a book called Holidays That Don't Cost the Earth. This was at a Turkish bath in London. It was steaming hot, and I had to put a wetsuit on with condoms and panty liners and things sticking out of my neck. But that was the first time I ever met John, and it's been a privilege to know you ever since then. John is an absolute legend in the sustainability world. He's known as the godfather of sustainability, is his dubbed name. He is the man who coined the phrase triple bottom line thinking. John has sat and addressed over 1,500 conferences such as this, co-author of over 20 books. I just finished Tickling Sharks and just went back yesterday. I brought Green Swans up on the train because I wanted to dig in for some inspiration to go and talk to one of my clients. So I don't really think I need to do anything else other than say that I am going to talk about the ranking of 100 most important people in the world. This was in 2009, I think. There was a ranking of the 100 most important people in sustainability. And it's very kind of like timely in relation to the American election. Because number 1 was Al Gore, number 2 was Barack Obama, number 3 was Anita Roddick from The Body Shop, and number 4 was John Elkington. This is going to be a great session, I'm sure, John. They always are. Please welcome John Elkington.
Bloody hell. Good morning, everyone. If I'm limping, it's simply I broke a foot 2 months ago on the way to Brazil, so I won't scamper around the stage quite as much as I would normally do. Rob, can I just say, firstly, you very kindly allowed Katrina and I, as outside speakers yesterday, to sit in on your team presentations, on your internal conference. I was blown away by some of the work that you're doing around digital twins and life cycle assessment and so on. So it was a real privilege to be here. But I have something else to say, which is happy birthday in terms of the third shift. But I understand this is the first time that you've opened it up to the wider world, even in competitors and so on. I think it's exactly the spirit that we need in this space. I'm going to take issue with just one thing you said, and I think you probably meant in terms of the US government, nothing's going to happen for 4 years. This is the most extraordinary and exciting and challenging, politically challenged time of our entire lives. I think this is going to be a fascinating period in our collective history. So I may be delusional, but I'm actually more optimistic about the next 10 to 15 years than I have been for about 10 to 15 years. I'll explain that a little bit. My theme is regeneration, and just talking to people over coffee this morning when I first arrived, it's very clear that regeneration means very different things to different people in this audience. I mean, for some it's just taking a colliery site and putting housing on it or whatever. For me, regeneration, and I'll talk about it a little bit, is not just physical and economic and to some degree social. It's environmental, and increasingly it also has to be around politics as well. It has to be political regeneration too. So I'll talk about some challenges and some opportunities. So here he is with one of his besties last time round. And Katrina, you kindly showed me on your phone this morning a Turkish proverb, which again I'm going to struggle to remember exactly, but it was something to the effect that when the clown gets into the palace, it does not make the clown a king, it makes the palace a circus. I think that is sort of where we are at the moment, and we'll see how we cope with it. So I'm going to give you a few words of self-introduction so you know what discount factors to apply to what I'm going to say. And then I'm going to talk about responsibility, resilience, and yes, regeneration. So, and I'm going to end with something around Chris, but let me say something beforehand, which is that the work that I will be talking about could not have happened without people like Chris Hines doing what they've done. The activist movement, the NGO movement, and so on has been absolutely foundational. And over time, there has been a tendency for people to forget that side of all of this. And I just wanted to honor and acknowledge what you've done. People like me could not have done what we've done without people like you. Having said which, in 1987, I set up a company called Sustainability. For about 3 to 4 years, I thought I'd made a howling mistake because it was a word that simply was not in use, and we got letters, we still got letters, addressed to survivability, sustainability, you name it. But now it's out there, and the S word is being used left, right, and center, and we have a major problem, which is being diluted as it goes into the mainstream. I'm going to go positive towards the end, but along the way, I'm going to say some things that are going to be a little bit, I think, self-critical and self-critical on behalf of our movements and to some degree our industry as well. So just so you know where I fit in, I mean, I've been 50 years professionally this year in the environmental and sustainability space. I'm 75. So I should be getting out of the way now. I should be retiring. I actually have no intent of retiring because, again, the next 10 to 15 years are going to be by far the most interesting period of my life in this space. My postgraduate work was at UCL, and it was on regeneration. It was on how you take old urban fabric and turn it to new uses. So, again, well done with this building here. I've set up 4 businesses since 1978, one way or another. They all still exist. The third one, sustainability, is now owned by KKR. Those of you know who the private equity space will know that KKR, back when we were setting up the company in 1987, they were notorious as the barbarians at the gate, very hostile takeover of Nabisco. If somebody had told me then that our small enterprise that we were setting up there would be owned by the private equity movement, I would have jumped out the nearest window. But now I see it as part of the mainstreaming of this, which is happening, whether we like it or not. We're going to just have to pay attention and challenge the people who are now taking on this agenda to some degree on our collective behalf. Chris kindly mentioned the books. I also find myself in this odd position of having served on over 80 boards and advisory boards. And that's been the most extraordinary learning curve over the time. But as I say, I think I'm just getting started. And I'll touch right at the end on this book, which was my latest, and it's basically an attempt to say, what the hell was that first 75 years about? What happened over those 50, those 5 decades of professional engagement? And it's partly just, again, to honor the people who were the architects of this agenda, change agenda of ours, but also to look forward the next 10 to 15 years. So what's a green swan? In my mind, at least, a green swan, some of you will know Nassim Nicholas Taleb and his book, The Black Swan. His idea was black swans were things that came completely out of the blue, were utterly shocking, and then afterwards, whoever was affected would sit down and think, what was that about? Ah, that was what it was about, but not necessarily properly understand what the shock had come, how it had come to pass, and therefore setting themselves up for failure again. And for me, this is the reason why I'm optimistic, because I think in many ways, after 50 years of crawling along the bottom in some ways in this space, we're starting to see more and more of these trends inflecting upwards and going exponential. So the thing just down here was the European Green Deal. One of the green swans I talked about for a while after Joe Biden signed it into law was the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. So electric vehicles will be hammered, but they won't, because over time that is the future. But it'll be very interesting to see what the Trump administration does in terms of stripping back some of this stuff, but so much of that money has gone into Republican areas. People are not going to want that sucked out of their state economies. So sort of watch this space. These are the sorts of people we work with. I'm going to I'll mention a couple of these as I go through, but I just wanted to pick out one. In 2007, I joined the scientific committee advisory board of EcoVadis, based in Paris. When I joined, it was 6 or maybe 7 people. They were tracking a few dozens of companies around the world. So they do supply chain intelligence. There are now 1,700 people, increasing. They've got a team dedicated to AI and artificial intelligence, and they track over 130,000 companies. That's how fast some of this agenda of ours has been moving over time. And I just wanted to put this in because a lot of people have believed, and a lot of people have argued for a long time, that this agenda of ours is going to be win-win. And I think if we did it really, really well and intelligently, it could well be. But increasingly, it's very clear that there are going to be very different outcomes. And one of the things that we're starting to see is pushback. So, for example, in Germany, the heat pump thing has become a cost of living crisis, and the government is being thumped because of their support for heat pumps. These are farmers. That happens to be in France, but it could be in various different European member states. Will this go away? I don't think so. I think this agenda, as it comes into the mainstream, is becoming politicized. And that means that all of us, in one way or another, whether we like it or not, are going to have to become increasingly political. And I was in Paris 2 days ago with CEOs of pharmaceutical companies, and I said this to them. And they said, no, we've tried that in the United States, and we've been hammered back into our box. We've got to become political. We've got to do the politics over time. We can discuss that later on, what that would mean. And this is just a final slide in that sequence to say, what we try and do in the work that we do with clients is to sort of tap into their own talent. This was 28 people from a Spanish company, infrastructure company called Acciona, and renewable energy business as well. And these people came from countries as diverse as Chile, Australia, United States, and so on. We took them through a process where they were meant to. The chairman basically said, come in, take this group of people, and get them to develop a 5-year sustainability strategy. So we did. We started the process. And these young people in the end said, we're not going to do that. This can't be a sustainability strategy in isolation. It's got to be a strategy for the whole business. And at the same time, it's also got to be for 10 years, not for 5 years. And I think that's a very interesting example of how younger people are starting to say, you can give us direction, but at some point we're going to sort of do what feels right to us. So let me just say a few quick things about responsibility. This building was around the corner from where our office was for quite a long time. We worked with 2 companies that were involved in the cladding industry. They claimed to be responsible. When you look back, they had systems, they did reporting and so on. But you look at what actually happened, you look at the government response to that, I think we have a major, major problem because we're not addressing some of these systemic crises at the speed or the scale that we should be doing, and we're not pinning the blame on people who need to be held responsible and held accountable. This was a cartoon I had done in 1991 by Ingram Pinn. Some of you will know him. He's still the best cartoonist on the Financial Times, I think. And the simple idea was that at the boardroom level, top team level, you'd have the voice of nature, environment, the social agenda. And this was here simply as a joke, in a way. You know, that there is this long-term future. At some stage, robots would be part of it. It's not any longer a joke. Expert systems are starting to turn up on board, in boardrooms, and they're part of the deliberative process. Not yet robots, exactly. Triple bottom line, one of the people I was with in Paris was Lisa Kingo, who was on the board of Novo Nordisk. This was her CEO at the time. This was the first time the Harvard Business Review had ever done a profile of a CEO on the basis that they had embraced the triple bottom line. Triple bottom line, this was 1991, 1994 was that concept. But in 2018, I did something which the editors of the Harvard Business Review said had never been done before. I issued a product recall with respect to everyone who's embraced the triple bottom line in the room, a product recall for the triple bottom line. And the reason was, the original intention was that it should be an integrated, strategic framework. You should actually pull all of these together. What I was seeing time and again was people doing trade-off thinking. So they would say, you know, we make a profit, that's the economic piece. Well, no, it's not. That's a very small piece of the economic impact story. We employ people, we provide them with goods and services that they either need or want. That's the social piece. Well, no, it's not. There are many other issues there. And then shame about the environment. You know, so we do all this other good stuff, but the environment suffers. That was not what the intention originally was. I love the B Corporation movement. We touched on this a fair amount yesterday, the fact that Space Group is a B Corporation, I think, is immensely exciting. I think the Northeast focus on all of this is very exciting as well. But I asked an artificial intelligence friend to develop me a picture of the triple bottom line today. And I just fed in some basic details. And it was quite interesting, I thought, that instead of having a conspicuously poor woman from Asia, you actually now have a very bright, intelligent, young woman from Asia. So things are gradually shifting. And another positive is that if you look at sustainability reporting and with environmental data services and sustainability and so on, I spent 40 years now trying to get companies to be more transparent, be more accountable, partly doing that through reporting. And you have the new directive now from the EU, which is going to shunt a lot of additional companies into that space. It's astounding when you see how many major companies are now producing these reports. Well, thank you very much. But I think what we've done is to deal to some degree with the supply side for information and data. What we've not yet properly dealt with is the demand side. Who is using all of that information to basically manage system change over time? We've still got a huge amount of work to do. I met the Chief Sustainability Officer of Boeing in Dubai during the COP28 climate conference last year. And they do, like most companies, they do a sustainability report, which is wonderful. I have family members who work with that company. I've visited a number of times in Seattle. It was an astonishing aeronautical and aerospace company. Every time I get on a Boeing aircraft now, I'm wondering whether the doors are going to blow off. I'm partly over-dramatizing for effect, but I'm quite pleased when I'm on an Airbus at the moment. And if you're one of these two astronauts who are trapped on the International Space Station until February, again, you have a certain excuse to be slightly aggrieved. And one of their satellites has just blown up in space. Why? Because the company became absolutely obsessed with a single bottom line, with financial performance, with shareholder primacy. So if we want an object lesson of what can go wrong, that's one of them. So where we are, and I think Katrina showed a slide like this yesterday, is that this is a Future Fit Foundation. When I started, this was the world. Business was out there. All of this other stuff was bubbling under, but not really interconnected. Over time, we've seen a growing intersection. This is what we need to move towards if we're going to develop system change initiatives and create system value. With business here, at least, seen to be in the center. But what we've really got to focus on is the market interface between business and the rest of the world. And I'll talk a bit about that in just a moment. So, quick couple of comments about resilience. So when I did the product recall for the triple bottom line, it took 18 months to think through, why is that not working? And the answer, at least in our minds, was that most of the framing was around responsibility. How can a particular organization, let's say a business, be nicer, better, engage its stakeholders, challenge its suppliers, and so on? All fine, but it wasn't really moving the needle in terms of the systemic crises. Now what we have is a world not exactly yet on fire, but it's coming. And one of the companies that we work with in the Middle East, in Israel, is UBQ. It takes domestic garbage and turns it into polymers, into plastics. When the October breakout came from Gaza, I visited their plant down in the Negev desert. It's on a kibbutz. 3 of their colleagues were killed, 2 of them in front of their children. This is not a political statement. It's just saying that companies are beginning to find the conflict in the wider world impinging on their operations. In this particular case, they were based in Israel, of course. But if you're, for example, in Germany, you're suddenly finding the cutoff of Russian oil and gas a major impediment to doing business. Early this year, I was in Porto Alegre in Brazil. And 8 days after we left, having delivered this conference, the hotel in which we were staying was 5 meters underwater. The conference center that we were speaking in down on the waterfront was just completely inundated. Hundreds of thousands of people were homeless. This was the same conference organizer, South Summit, in Madrid, just a screen, just saying, whatever we like to think, it's happening. I was 7 years on the faculty of the World Economic Forum. It drove me semi-insane at times, but they do this really interesting risk analysis every year. This was looking 10 years out in January, and what you'll see is, I won't go through them, but the 5 of these critical priority issues are environmental. These are the ones that we're really having to worry about increasingly. So it's misinformation and disinformation. Just think of the lying that's going on in the political realm now. AI is feeding into that. Sometimes it's correcting, sometimes it's amplifying and accelerating. Societal polarization, that's exactly what we're seeing. I mean, people in the United States are waking up and saying, who are we? Really, who are we? Because what this election has shown is that the America that thought it knew itself really didn't. Now, I'd love to tell you a positive story. I'd love to tell you the financial markets totally understand all of this. They don't. Some parts of them do. Al Gore was mentioned earlier on. If you look at Generation Investment Management, his fund, they totally get it. But this was a guy, Stuart Kirk, from HSBC. Some of you may remember. He lost his job because of what he said, but he did us a service. Because what he was saying was, basically, who in the financial markets gives up for what's happening to Florida or Miami, as you know, as these cities and states go underwater? That's not our business. That's 50 years in the future. That's not what we're paid to deliver. And I think that's one of the things that we fundamentally have to change. And you're starting to see the impact of that influencing company decisions. So I was with Mercedes-Benz in Stuttgart about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Their CEO had just publicly reversed or very substantially slowed down a commitment to go 100% electric vehicles by 2030. So they're not going to do that. They're going to do it much slower. VW, absolutely slammed now because the transition to EVs. Ford, a company I worked with for many years, Bill Ford once told me that they would never split the company in two. That's exactly what they've done. They've now got a legacy business, internal combustion engine, an electric vehicle, future-oriented business, which is not doing terribly well. The incumbents are really struggling with all of this. And then, so you've got these people throttling back to some degree. And then you've got these brands like BYD coming in from China. And what we're trying to do now is slap 40, 50% tariffs on their products to keep them out. That is not going to work. And part of the reason for that is the Chinese are thinking very differently. They're thinking about Apple with the iPhone. They're thinking about a completely different approach to technology and tomorrow's needs. I love this diagram. We didn't make it, but it just simply shows these are the forecasts on solar, on electric vehicles, on battery sales, and so on. The forecasts are the grey things that sort of trundle along this way. The coloured ones are what actually has been happening. And that's why I said earlier on, there are some exponential trajectories that are starting to switch on, which are incredibly powerful. They're not going to save us, but they're going to make a big, big contribution along the way. And then just to go back to the robot in that Ingram Pin cartoon, robotics have come on. I can't really see, but how many of you come across the work of Rethink X? I can't see a single person. Forgive me if I'm missing you. But based in Silicon Valley and in the UK, they've done a series of really, really fascinating studies of emerging technologies. The latest one is on humanoid robotics. And early on in the report, there is a picture of New York in about 1906, and it shows a streetscape. And it's all horses and horse-drawn carriages, except one car. 6 years later, same street, same angle of perspective or whatever. It's all cars and one horse-drawn vehicle. And what Rethink X is saying, it doesn't matter what technology you're looking at, these switches are going to come much, much faster than we might imagine. So AI did this for me. And I think what we're seeing is, in different parts of the world, an almost existential response to some of these new technologies. My view is that we cannot deliver anything like sustainability without AI. But AI is going to take us on some really wonderfully interesting and sometimes quite damaging excursions along the way. And this is an example, two examples. One is old order. So the defense industry in the United States is using AI to scan satellite remote sensing imagery to see where concentrations of rare earth minerals, which China increasingly controls, can be found. Well, that's the old way of thinking about this. Here's another one. This is from Germany, a company working with the University of Sheffield. And they make electromagnets. And the question was, could you make electromagnets with substantially less rare earth metals? They screened 100 million combinations of materials. They cut the development time from decades to months. They cut the cost by 80%, and they cut the carbon emissions by 70%. That's the sort of contribution that AI, if we use it properly, can make to our economies. So some concluding thoughts just about regeneration. Can I ask one more question? Who has watched the Financial Times? Who killed the ESG party? Environmental, social, and governance. Again, I don't see a single hand. Can I recommend it incredibly highly? It's only about 20-some minutes. And it quotes, it interviews some of the most obstreperous critics of ESG approaches, including Stuart Kirk. What's really interesting, well, two things. One is these people actually come across as quite coherent. And I was on a panel in Oslo last week with Tariq Fancy, who's one of these people. He used to be the chief investment officer at BlackRock. When I actually talked to the man, he's as convinced as any of us that climate change is an absolutely catastrophic set of challenges and thinks we need to address it, but doesn't think ESG is necessarily the best way to do that. So again, and right at the end of the film, it goes incredibly positive. It talks about why this is a real agenda for business and for financial markets. So I just recommend it very, very highly. Regeneration. I was in Romania about 3 weeks ago, and I thought since I was going to be there, I'd like to go out to the Danube Delta. I'd never been either to Romania or to the Danube Delta. And my wife and I visited a number of regeneration projects. One of them is this one. So this used to be farming land, and it's been flooded to bring back nature. What's really interesting is that the bed and breakfast bookings in the local communities have tripled. And when they polled recently local communities to see whether they supported regeneration, 97% of local people supported the project. Then something rather unexpected happened. The dikes broke between this and nearby farming land. So you can actually go in your boat and sail over tractors and harvesters from that period. But it's very clear, since the fields took 3 days to flood, that the farmers actually wanted to lose the old tractors. But they're now fighting back, wanting compensation and so on. But so regeneration, this is what most people in this sort of space think about, which is how do we restore the natural environment? And some of these coal sites might go back in that direction. Paul Hawken, if you haven't read Regeneration, I recommend it profoundly. I don't want to sound like a mobile library here, but it is a wonderful book, and it covers many, many different sectors of our economy and what regeneration might mean. One of the people that Paul worked with was Doug McMillon, the CEO of Walmart, who was the first major company, a big retail company in the United States, to say, we are going to adopt regenerative farming. Now, PepsiCo, Unilever, Nestle, Danone, they're all going in the similar direction. So it's a quite exciting period. And you've got Mattel producing, I've never played with a Barbie doll. Our daughters didn't either. But you probably be reassured to know that there's now a chief sustainability officer, Barbie. There's a wildlife expert one, there's a protester, and there's a renewable energy doll. So, we're making some sort of progress. But what we've just seen is the old order trumping potentially a representative of the new order of the next generation. And what we're about to see, I'm 75, I'm a baby boomer, for better or worse. We're about to disappear from the scene. And a lot of companies and businesses are still focused on this lot because they invented many of the environmental and social agendas, and much less on some of the people that are coming through next. And I think that's part of the challenge that we now collectively face. And young people are not going to be willing to just put up with a little bit of responsibility at the edges, a little bit more reporting, and so on. Over time, the pressure for true systemic change is going to intensify. This is the last slide. I'd like to think that it's Chris and I. I mean, in a sense, Chris has built waves, and to some degree I've surfed them. But the point here is that in 1994, the same year that I came up with a triple bottom line, I sat down with a colleague, a friend, Nick Robbins, who's now a professor at LSE, and we just tried to chart some of the underlying challenges and trends in this space. So these are the macroeconomic trends, largely driven by technology, investment, and disinvestment, the Schumpeterian, Kondratiev sort of cycles. These are the societal pressure waves, initially on government, then increasingly on business, now to some degree it's on financial markets. That, this label, regeneration, I think is a bit of a stretch, but I aspire to that being the truth. But this is the trend line that I want to just focus your attention on. I said yesterday, and I got a wonderful response from somebody who said when they were 15, they weren't reading what I was reading. But the book I read when I was 14 that really stuck in my memory was Herman Kahn's, where's my brain going? It's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn. It was about paradigm shifts. And what he says is that paradigm shifts, true ones, take 70 to 80 years to crank through. We're about 60 to 65 years into this one, which is based on the sort of satellite, the NASA images of the small planet and the rest of it. The sense that we're increasingly on a constrained planet. And that's where Rob started his presentation this morning. My sense is we're somewhere around here. And the next 10 to 15 to 20 years, in fact, the working lifetimes of most people in this room, the change is going to be utterly extraordinary. It does matter what Trump does. It does matter what right-wing politicians in other parts of the world, including the European Union, choose to do as a result of all of that. But at some level, it doesn't matter. It's the last gasp of an old order that is coming down around our ears. So this is one of the reasons why I'm still quite optimistic. Thank you all very much. Chris, back to you. Thank you. What are we doing?
We're going to do some questions and answers and debate.
And can the questions come at you as well?
Oh, no, I don't, well, they can. Yeah, if you want them to come at me. But I think you're the focus for this. Right. The microphones are at the back, where we're on the side here. Who'd like to start, please?
And you can be as rude as you like. No rude people. No rude boys.
Oh, no, we got one. Coming in.
What's your opinion on battery recycling and the future of batteries?
I think with lead-acid batteries and so on, there has been an industry doing some of the recycling. It's a fairly dirty industry at times. I think there are new battery technologies coming through which are based on lithium and all sorts of other things, which might better fit into a circular economy. But I think part of our problem is recycling has been in the hand, with, again, apologies to anyone in the room who does this sort of thing, but traditionally the circular economy and recycling and so on has been handled by people almost at the bottom of the industrial food chain. We've really got to professionalize it. We've got to invest in it in a very different way. I don't know where your question comes from. Are you based in batteries?
I'm a student at the university doing mechanical engineering, but I've just done a placement year at Fortescue doing battery design for motorsport. This is
a genuine request. If that becomes public at any stage, I would love to see it. My email is john@volans.com, and I would, if anyone in here is working on things that link to some of the things I've been talking about, I'd love to hear from you. But I think one of the things that we do, I mean, think about Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, he talked about moving fast and breaking things. And in one sector after another, he was talking largely about IT and software and so on. But we tend to do that with new technologies. They come racing through, and then we suddenly, oh, God, we've got this problem around battery recycling or whatever. We've got to become much better and much more strategic about doing that. I don't know what the Labour administration's industrial strategy is going to look like, but I would hope that these sorts of issues would be properly addressed in that. What I've seen to date doesn't give me much comfort, but if you would, do send me your work. I'd love to know more.
Next question. Sir, here.
There's one quick thing, which is that industry with business and the economy has been pressure for quite a long time in this space. Again, I think the speed and intensity of innovation and rollout of new innovations is going to accelerate quite profoundly. So again, I think we're moving into a very disruptive period of our collective history. And it's easy to talk about disruption, but when it faces you, and you're running a business like Mercedes-Benz or VW, it's a nightmare. Sorry, let me take things.
Yes, firstly, thank you for the informative presentation you gave. And what's your opinion on the potential of nuclear power when it comes to sustainability? And
No, thank you. I mean, I grew up, my father flew monitoring missions around the British H-bomb tests on Christmas Island, so I didn't grow up loving nuclear weaponry. And much of the civil nuclear industry, both in the United States and here, was run and operated by people who came out of that nuclear bomb world. And they operated their technologies and their sites, because I tried to visit people like British Nuclear Fuels back in the day and so on. And these people were really, they were druidic. I mean, they were like a cult. They didn't want to talk to the outside world. Then they started to recruit people from the chemical industry who were a little bit more open. To your question, I've grown up with real antibodies to nuclear power. But I start to see, and I'm sure it's true of many of you, whether it's Rolls-Royce doing some of these mini reactors, the appetite for nuclear is just doing this at the moment. And it's Microsoft, and it's Facebook, and it's Google. They've all got these massive needs, partly for the generative AI part of what they do. And so they're starting to invest in nuclear. I think the new technologies, as far as, and I've not visited, for example, Rolls-Royce to see what they're doing. I used to go and see pressurized water reactor companies and so on in the States and so on. But I suspect that but we would need to check. I suspect that they're fail-safe. I think they're much smaller, which means if things do go wrong, they're less catastrophic than they would be. And increasingly too, and you're seeing it also with data centers, cities are starting to ask themselves the question, if part of the problem with data centers is they consume an immense amount of energy, and part of what they generate into the wider environment is a lot of heat, can we use them in district heating? So it goes back to the battery recycling thing. We're developing these technologies, but we're not yet thinking properly about how do we integrate them systemically into a circular economy, into a world that performs much better. So I'm less nervous about nuclear than I once would have been. I think it's going to happen. The question is who is in there now engaging the new breed of nuclear companies. And just if I may just cantilever a point out there, one of the things I started to do 7 or 8 years ago was to visit companies that were involved in AI. I was just nosy. I was just curious to see how they were thinking. And I went, for example, to see DeepMind before it was acquired by Google. And I said yesterday, I found the people there were a third my age. Their brains worked 15 to 17 times faster. But they were all interested in exactly the same challenges and how we might find solutions to them. So I think we've got, whether it's nuclear or whether it's precision fermentation and synthetic biology, whether it's drone technology or artificial intelligence, our world has to interconnect much better with the people who are innovating and driving those new sectors. And my impression is when I go into some of these companies, I'm not the first person to go in, but they're not, bless you, they're not seeing many people coming in from our world. And we need to get better at that form of engagement. Otherwise, you know, they'll do what they do, and that may not always work out in our best long-term interests. What do you think about nuclear?
Well, I think it has a lot of potential if we just like do some more R&D into it when it comes to like how to process the waste that comes from it. But I think it might be a future solution for the energy problem that we have.
Yeah.
But then again, yeah.
Well, and obviously nuclear comes in different forms. I mean, fission and fusion. And about 2 years ago, my wife and I went to visit the Culham fusion research thing. And the joke is always that it's always 30 years into the future, fusion. But you're starting to see a lot of private sector businesses coming into the nuclear fusion sector, which suggests to me that they can actually see a payoff sometimes within the next 10 to 15 years. I don't rule it out. And somebody I respect very highly, Amory Lovins of Rocky Mountain Institute, who you will know, Chris, used to say, the problem if we ever get totally abundant, cheap energy is that we use chainsaws to cut butter, was the way he put it. But as a species, we find lots of new ways of using resources that we suddenly find that we have, not always constructively.
Yeah, just a little tiny quick note on that. I saw I was listening to it on Radio 4. There was a piece on how it was called The Digital Human, and it was about how we use AI. And they used this example. They said if you want to look up a recipe for salmon pasta, was the example they used. They said your best way is just to Google salmon pasta, and it'll take you either to Jamie Oliver or the BBC, and that's got carbon footprint X. But what if you pump it into AI, it'll do the search of every single recipe for salmon pasta and come back to you with the same recipe of the BBC or Jamie Oliver, but the carbon footprint will be 200 times what that cut. So it's how we use some of these tools, and that's a challenge for us. And we should kind of go through that process of if we've got something new, whether it be nuclear or AI or whatever, and test it on the thinking. And again, people with fluid brains, and not us two.
Speak for yourself, Chris.
Okay, but that kind of way of thinking. So next question. Sorry, I should have asked. Can you introduce who you are as well?
That's a bit late in the day.
Yeah,
but yes.
We've got two. We know vaguely.
Okay, Andrew Bumfrey, Space Architects. Just reflecting on the Venn diagrams.
Yes.
You put up of environment, society, and business. Are you advocating business over governance and government in that response? I'm just thinking about unintended consequences. You spoke yesterday about Grenfell and doing the right thing about cladding and overcladding to improve that building, which had unintended consequences.
No, totally. And I think government is absolutely central to what comes next. I look at this country where we're scaling up our government, but it's still cranking out the same sort of old activities it's done for a very long time. I think government itself needs to be reinvented to be fit for purpose. Quite how we do that is quite a different question. I think the focus on governance, I mean, I've always struggled slightly with ESG because, governance is packaged in there. To me, it's never been quite the same as the other elements. But if it's simply interpreted as what a company does to govern itself, its board and that sort of level of governance, I think that's useful, but in the sense that's been there for a very long time. What's really interesting now is the interactions between businesses and government and policymakers. So one of the things that I talked about it yesterday very briefly, but one of the things we've been doing recently is working with Unilever and an NGO called Influence Map. Influence Map track the lobbying activities of industries and businesses around the world. And the question was, so a company like Unilever has declared that it's got certain climate priorities, but it's a member of all sorts of trade and industry federations. To what extent do those trade and industry federations align with the declared priorities of a Unilever? And the answer when we reviewed hundreds of trade and industry federations around the world. It's all up on the internet. It's publicly available. is about a quarter of the trade and industry federations that Unilever belongs to are going completely off in a different direction. So the question now is, and this is where it begins to get a little bit political, what does a company like Unilever do? Does it resign? Does it fight even harder within those organizations? So we're finding a growing interest in that sort of space. It is sensitive. It is contested. And particularly in the United States, you've seen this whole anti-woke, increasingly anti-ESG movement. And a lot of companies have been burned by that, including some of the ones we've worked with. And they're backing out. They're saying, you know, we don't want to play any sort of political role. But I think they have to. The question is, how do they best do it? How do they do it in a transparent way? And how do they do it in a way that drives policymakers and governments in the direction that we need them to go? And that's a very big set of questions. I don't have all the answers, but very happy to discuss it afterwards.
Front row. Can we have someone this side? Oh, we've got one here, yeah. I was going to say, everything feels very lefty at the moment, depending on which way round you're looking.
I thought I was sat on the right. But,
Yeah, you are on the right from where you are, yeah.
James Austin from Autodesk. I've heard, pointing to Rob's original diagram, which talked about, I think, the impact of the US and China on the carbon footprint of the globe. There's kind of, a lot of our stuff is made in China. And I've heard, and this is where I want to talk, maybe check some of my facts as well, that there is talk of the EU implementing a policy to add a tax, monetary tax, that represents the carbon investment that China are making, you know, that kind of to balance some of it, because essentially by being environmentally responsible, we can be more expensive in Europe. So by introducing that tax, we're basically introducing global fiscal policies to force sustainability. What are your thoughts on that as a mechanism? Do you think is that going to be successful?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think it's necessary. I think it's a stepping stone. I've worked in China enough to know that they run rings around a lot of European member states in their understanding of where the global economy is going to have to go, which is why they now control the commanding heights on rare earth minerals, on solar, on wind, on batteries, on increasingly electric vehicles, on AI and so on. So I think, and when I looked at Rob's maps, I was saying, you know, that at some level that's fair, but think about the population difference between the United States and China. And that holds a big issue, which is, you know, 1.34 billion Chinese at the moment. But by the end of the century, it's going to be 750 million. If you're running the Chinese government, you're beginning to panic about that. And I look at that country and I think it's over the next sort of 5 to 10 years, exactly the sort of period where the Trump administration, I think, will have its maximum impact. China is going to be increasingly vulnerable and therefore quite likely to overreact, whether it's Taiwan or whatever it happens to be. So I think if we're spending to drive down carbon emissions, yes, we can do adjustment mechanisms that force people who import to the UK or to the European Union to do likewise. But we've got to be fair about it, and we've got to recognize that China has done much more than most other countries in this space, and we should honor that. And you know, when I'm there and I get beaten up about the opium wars, I feel culpable. I mean, we forced Indian opium on the Chinese for a very long time and fought 2 wars to ensure that they consumed our opium. But so I understand, but it is a very long time ago. But there is this sense of grievance, and I think it's going to build. And as more we try and lock them out of our markets, having encouraged them to go into the global capitalist economy, the more that grievance will build. So I think we've got to be very politically astute at how they do it. But again, would love to continue the conversation. Thank you.
We've got a question here.
Now a troublemaker.
I love the conversations we're having right now, and they're massive. I mean, they're huge, what you've put in front of us. But sometimes that can actually feel very disempowering when you're talking about the individual ability to do something about it. And so for the people in this room who are quite often in the built environment or in the architectural space, Part of that is about working out what you can do in your own organisation. Part of it's what you can do in your own life.
Yeah.
But there's also that ability to lobby and be an activist. So I guess I'm throwing it at both of you. If you were to say, you know, what is the most useful thing for us to be doing as individuals ourselves, but also within our organisations or our communities to move us to the next version of the planet? You know, what kind of things would you be thinking we should be doing?
My immediate reaction would be stay hopeful. Don't be delusional, but stay hopeful, because we can make this work. I mean, we've got a shrinking timescale in which we've got to do it. But if we go deeply pessimistic and depressed and so on, that's the future that we will find ourselves increasingly moving into. I'm not arguing for Pollyanna-ishness in this space, but there are lots of good things happening, and it really doesn't matter to some degree what Trump does. The United States is a hotbed of extraordinary science and technology, and whatever he does within limits. I mean, we were hearing earlier on that he's only got 2 terms. Don't count on that. Really don't count on that, because I think in a way we're going where the Roman Empire went from a republic to an empire, and you've got somebody who's a bit like Nero or Caligula, who is he just thinks about this stuff very differently. But the US is this sort of extraordinary engine of innovation. And again, that's where some of my optimism comes from. The built environment tends to be quite sluggish. It tends to be quite conservative. It's full of, I'm not going to call them rednecks, but I mean, people who aren't embracing the future quite as enthusiastically as they might do. And so yesterday, Katrina, you showed some wonderful images of some of these buildings that sort of combine nature and livable environments and so on. There is so much we could do if we just got our act together. And I think we can. It starts with the individual. It starts with the conversations you have with family, colleagues, friends, all the rest of it. But stay hopeful. But anyway, you stayed hopeful, and whether you're sort of swimming around in poo or Pampers or whatever it is, how the hell do you do that? Do you take pills for it?
Some, occasionally. So I think you're picking up on this. So we were in Belfast at a conference a couple of weeks ago.
I sort of remember. Yeah.
This was it was only 3 weeks ago, but there was Amir, the lady from the youth. So she was from the United Nations Youth panel, and she used this word that I'd never heard before: solastalgia, which is a yearning for a future that you know you should have, but know that you won't have. And she was representing that kind of feeling of young people. And so kind of taking that and your question, it is about, we've got no choice. We have to bring out the very best in us. And my talk that day was about intelligent activism, and that is using every single tool that has been used to create this crazy, mad, out-of-kilter version of the world in which we live, and to use them better, and to use them for the right. And it's about being on the right team and driving that forward. I do think there's a lot of collaboration over competition. We need to be competitive to create that kind of commercial edge, but we also need to, when we've got a good lesson, we need to be able to share that very quickly. We need to drive technologies quicker through to that point of kind of changing what happens. So with Surfers Against Sewage, we bust down the door. The water companies wanted to build long-sea outfalls. It was dead old technology, and UV technology and microfiltration came through. And again, with the pace of that electric car, and the old dinosaurs just changed instantly. So that way of going forwards, and that's kind of bringing that in. And I do think we have to have that hope and that passion that we can do that. And just bust the doors down.
Yeah.
Bust the doors down and be smarter and more intelligent and more collaborative and cohesive. So, I mean, even on the question of batteries there, you know, one of the oldest forms of batteries is just putting water up in the roof space. That's a clean, basic battery that we could be building into all of our buildings. And it's just changes in the way that we do that. And I don't know, you know, is that we have solar panels in car parks next to all of our supermarkets, that when the sun's going hell for leather, up goes the water. Then in the evening we drop the water and we take that out. So it's ways of doing that. Those are kind of the way. That's what I hope that we've got that resource.
There's one other thing, which we just discussed, younger people and their reactions in this space. I think one of the challenges and opportunities that we face in demographics is that many of our societies are aging.
Yeah.
And one of the things that happens as we age is that we continue to vote when younger people tend not to. We have more wealth relatively than perhaps some of them will ever likely have. We have pensions and all the rest of it. And I've heard people of my age and older saying something that really horrifies me. They basically say, you know, they had been trying to be environmentalists. They really hadn't. You know, people like you were that end of things. But they comfort them with the fact that they tried and it didn't work. And now they're handing it over to the younger people. And forgive the technical language, but I just think, fuck you. You've screwed the world up. I mean, just by you know, an absence of thinking about this stuff and engaging for a very long time. You've got to bring your wealth and your influence and your networks and your voting into this game. So I think we've got to not just focus on younger people, we've got to focus on the graying, the older, the aging populations. And whether that's us or our grandparents or whoever, we've got to engage them now and get them, because in a sense, what happens as part of their conservatism is they start to think about their pension policies, where they have any control over them, and they want that money to go into safe investments, things that are paying off over the next 5 to 10 years. They do not want the high-risk things that we're talking around EVs and batteries and all the rest of it. And so somehow we've got to address that one as well. I think we can, but it's not going to be easy.
There was an election in mid-1960s where 80% of young people voted, and that was because the Labour government promised they'd drop the voting age from 21 to 18. So, I mean, imagine that even in the mid-1960s. You couldn't vote until you were 21. So we need some of those kind of bits being offered up. But also, like, to get the oldies on side, there's a swimming pool in Tor Bay where they've put the data centre next to the local swimming pool. So the local swimming pool's now heated, so the oldies can go swimming in nice warm water, and it's like going, that's the future. So get on board.
Keep using the AI because you sort of boil old people. Or I didn't know that, Chris. I love it.
Yeah, yeah.
I would love to know more.
They're very tasty with a bit of hot sauce on them. We've got time for a couple more questions.
If people are minded. There's one at the back.
One at the back and then the lady.
Yeah.
Do you want to go lady at the front
Yes.
and then the one at the back, sir? Come to you.
Hi, Caroline Hearn from Redcar Cleveland Council. You've been talking a lot about EVs.
Yeah.
We're part of the Tees Valley Hydrogen Transport Trial, and I wondered, you know, what your thoughts are on whether, you know, there's room for both in the industry. You know, my thoughts are that it's better for haulage than, you know, a passenger car, but I'd be interested to see what your thoughts were.
Yeah, it's interesting. Thank you. I mean, I think if you think about this systemically, the private motor car, whether it's internal combustion or electric, is not the best way to go. I mean, if you're in rural areas or whatever, then in a sense there's no choice. But we should be spending a lot more time thinking about hauliers and about public transit systems and so on. But they're slow to develop very often and quite expensive. And so at the moment we have this sort of race to get the private motor car electrified. I tried to do without a car for 2 years recently, and in the end I found our horizons were slightly shrinking, which seems odd when I travel so much. But so we bought or leased a Tesla, and I have to say the quality of the driving experience, the reliability of the technology is absolutely extraordinary. And I think if most people who currently drive internal combustion engines ever managed to try some of these sort of alternatives, they would switch. Yes, there's range anxiety and all sorts of other things. But I think EVs are crucially important in all of this in one critical respect. About 15, 20 years ago, I remember reading a study from California which looked at what happens when you link the electricity grid, and we're pretty poor at investing in our electricity grid, but with electric vehicles and their batteries, and you have a distributed, well, it's a systemic approach to electricity storage. there have been experiments in that space, but we're not rolling that out at any great scale. When we have enough EVs, I hope that that might happen. But again, I'd love to know what your experience has been and where the lessons you've learned along the way are taking you. So thank you.
Great. One last question at the back and then we'll coffee break.
Hi, Alistair Clements from Inch Architecture. I'm an architect, sorry. I'm interested in the tension between business and environment and social on your diagram. And the question started with how do you avoid the payoff being the thing that just everybody goes to and defaults to. But I think my question's kind of developed into how do you manage that tension, and how do you is it business that needs to be radically changed as well as government to manage that process and avoid the payoff being the only thing that ultimately
That's a great question.
Companies go to?
Yeah, I mean, I think when governments are thinking and being semi-effective, they can look further afield than many companies are currently able to do. And one of the things they can do, if they put their thinking hats on in the right way, is see some of the coming disruptions in science and technology and business models in our economies and so on. And if they start to identify populations at risk, think about taxi drivers with AI, think about accountants with AI, they can actually begin to think about who's going to need reskilling in the population, how do we best do that? Or in the Appalachians, coal miners. How do you turn coal miners into renewable energy engineers? And there have been examples of that happening, but not yet enough, I think. But to your question about the interface between social and environmental, it's a very real siloing that we're dealing with. A lot of the people who address the social agenda are not terribly interested in environment, and vice versa. I'll just give you one tiny example that I've been paying attention to recently in India. So I'm writing a new book which partly features, of all things, vultures. I mean, I don't particularly love vultures. But if you look at what's happened in India in just the last 10 years, you've gone from a population of vultures of 50 million birds to 19,000. Why? Because there is a drug that's used in cattle called diclofenac, which is an anti-inflammation thing. It's in Voltarol and products like that, which once it's out in the environment knocks out vulture kidneys. No one knew that. There was a study done showed that you could subsidize the use of an alternate product. Indian government chose not to do that. So this is just showing the interface between environment and social. 100,000 people are dying every year in India because of the absence of vultures. Because what's happened is the carrion is still there, vultures aren't. So what happens? The packs of feral dogs come in. They can't process anthrax, which a vulture can do, and they spread rabies. So you've got all of these unintended consequences building up at that interface. So I think whether people are studying at university or business school or it's continuous education, we've got to be much better at thinking about how we bring these different elements of our change agenda together. And I think the educational system is waking up. And I think that if you choose to pay attention, there's so much content out there that can help. But most of us are too busy to spend that much time thinking about it. But thank you for the question.
Lovely. Coffee break, can we be back in at 11:10, but a final thanks to John. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. I bail all the way up from Cornwall just for the pleasure of doing that. And Pavlov's dog, apparently. I'll do it a lot before lunch, and then we'll all salivate, and lunch will go down well. So just a couple of quick things. John will be here till 2:30, so if anybody does want to grab, John will be here through the lunch period. We have fixed the lights, the technical team, so that flashing that was going on earlier has been fixed, which is a slight shame because I was going to get everybody to go over there and we were going to play Saturday Night Fever and Staying Alive and have a little disco over in the corner. But we don't have to do that anymore, which you'll be glad to hear. So we've got two quick 20-minute, well, not that quick, 20-minute sessions now, and then a panel debate. And our first speaker is Alex Cropley. Now, 2 years ago, at the first Shift 22, Low Carbon Materials had just announced that morning of Shift 22 that they've been shortlisted for an Earthshot prize, which is highly prestigious. And we know, they didn't win, but just to get selected to that point is a real honour. And kind of, again, timely, because this morning we saw the Earthshot prizes being given out by Prince William over in South Africa. So Alex is head of business development and partnership at Low Carbon Materials. He's got a career of spanning over 20 years of working in spearheading new research tools and standards to enable a safer and more sustainable built environment. At one point, he was international director at the BRE, and kind of wanting to work with partnership to create a step change in retrofit. And that's kind of what we need, isn't it? We do need these step changes in retrofit and refurbishment. And he's worked across Europe as well with innovation and international partnership team at the Cambridge University. So please welcome to the stage, Alex Cropley.
Thank you for the introduction, and good morning, everybody. It's really nice to be here, and very inspiring presentations today. So the bar is set very high. So I hope I meet the standard. Just talking a little bit about myself. I used to work for the BRE, the Building Research Establishment, and I set up innovation and sustainability centers in many different locations around the world, in Chile, in Brazil, in India. So working with the construction industry, with the built environment to, advance standards and delivery of sustainable solutions so we can build better and we can operate better our buildings and the infrastructure that links them. And then I went into a sabbatical, and I spent, initially it was just supposed to be a year, and then it ended up being 5 years. And the reason why I decided to go back to my professional life was because I met those guys at Low Carbon Materials, and they convinced me to leave my semi-retirement life and come back and work with them. So, and the reason why they convinced me is because they're a young team, and Low Carbon Materials is a climate tech company, a startup that was set up by 3 PhD students from Durham University, so quite local to here. So I don't know how many of you, or if there is anyone here in academia or working or still studying, but it's like the power that a good idea with energy and drive can take you and really create movements and solutions to make a change, to change paradigm. So climate tech company based in the Northeast, and we design and manufacture solutions to decarbonize construction. So the challenge is, how can we reduce and tackle climate change from building construction sector, which is the largest emitter, accounting for 37% of the global emissions. So solutions to mitigate carbon emissions originating from buildings materials have lagged. And the reason why is because there is not many alternatives out there and not many people within the built environment and working in our industry really thinking about it and creating solutions. So the construction industry cannot reach net zero without addressing these, like the embodied carbon from materials. So we really need to think about what are the solutions that are out there. And I think that we need, as designers and architects, demand more from the objects or buildings or anything that we decided to design. We need to demand more functionality, and a chair should not be a chair. How can I store carbon into the design and then the construction process of a chair? The same, likewise, with a building. So the built environment professionals struggle to reduce the upfront carbon because, as I said, there is a high carbon footprint of materials, and then limited materials or alternatives, and they don't want to use carbon offsets. But the targets are only getting stricter, and regulation pressure is increasing, so as we know. So there is, I think that in the last 5 weeks ago, the net zero building standard has been published. And we also have a number of different standards, not just here in the UK, but across the world as well. So we need to really think hard to address this problem. And this is where we develop a couple of materials. So we develop ACLA and OSTO. These are the flagship materials that we have commercially available. And OSTO is an enabler of net zero concrete. Concrete is the second most used thing in the world after water. So this is what we need to address. How can we get a reduction of emissions within concrete? And we will still be using concrete to build our buildings and our infrastructure. And then ACLA is enabling net zero for asphalt. And again, even in a net zero 2050 England or in the UK or around the world, we will still be driving in roads made with asphalt. So that's why the first two major sectors that we would like to address are these ones. So a little bit more about ACLA. ACLA is a drop-in solution, so it's easy to use. We have listening here today that the construction industry is very traditional. They don't like to embrace change. And there are so many mantras within the construction industry, like margins are low, we don't like to change, we don't want to innovate and all that stuff. I heard that throughout my career and working in different markets. It's always the same mantras, and we need to change them. But that's why I find that these solutions that have been developed by the R&D team at Low Carbon Materials are brilliant because they don't require CapEx. They're easy to use, drop-in solution, a highly carbon negative, carbon renewable technology. So ACLA, for every ton of the material that we produce, we remove from the atmosphere 798 kilograms of CO2. So, and that means that with that kind of savings or storage of CO2, it only requires small quantities of ACLA for in the asphalt mix to take you to net zero. And there is a huge application potential, so it can be used in roads, in cycle lanes, in footpaths, in runways, in airports, car parks. So if you are involved in master planning or anything that will use a little bit of asphalt, think about solutions like ACLA. And this is the only commercial solution that can take you to net zero without the need of offset. So OSTO is a again, a product that is made from a material that is very hard or to recycle and to reuse, but the guys at LCM managed to do that, so we use that material that normally is put in a ship container, take somewhere else to be incinerated and to generate energy, but then in the process, it have a lot of CO2 emissions. And so we take this product and we transform it into a lightweight aggregate that is carbon negative. It's, again, a drop-in solution, so it doesn't require any capex to create any mega structure to change the way that concrete is made. And it's just some small quantities of osto in the concrete can bring you, can reduce the carbon footprint. It also has some insulating properties, and it's comparable strength, lower requirements to achieve net zero around 5%. So these are the two commercially available solutions that we have at LCM. And when we talk with the built environment professionals, architects, engineers, they always ask you, how can I trust what you're saying? So we go through the normal routes of having LCAs, EPDs, so you can have everything, all the claims that we make are externally verified by an EPD, and the EPD has been published. And at the beginning, when we did the LCA and our internal calculations, we looked at ACLA and the amount of CO2 locked into the product. We initially thought that would be around 45 kilograms of CO2. When it came back, the verifier said, you guys have been a little bit conservative with your calculations. In fact, it's 798 kilograms. It could be 800, much easier to remember and to say, but 798 kilograms of CO2 saved per ton of the product that we manufacture in the process. And this is through sequestration and mineralization of the product as well. So when we finish manufacturing the product, we leave it in quarantine for 7 to 10 days, and it continues absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere, locking into the product. So when you put it in the mix with asphalt, then it locks permanently when it's there in situ. And we have tried this project with many different partners, and we have trials. And in fact, we're moving away from calling trials. We are commercially doing those projects now. And as you can see, it's up and down the country. We manufacture the product just outside Durham and Seaham. And this is where we are. And the first project that was a net zero project was in Durham itself. So as you can see, lots of different projects using different type of mixes, like warm mix, using different kind of solutions that can help to reduce the carbon footprint of asphalt. And then it can be stackable as well. So if you have, if you're using any other solution, you can combine with our solution. And we have lots of high-profile projects, and we have been working with many different stakeholders and collaborating with a number of partners. So I think that one project to highlight is the M11 and also the A64 that has happened a couple of weeks ago. They were projects in collaboration with National Highways. When we developed the product, initially it was supposed to be trialed on temporary road, but then based on the results of the tests that have been very favorable and you know, excellent results, they decided to put in the M11. And then for us, it was great because it is the highest level of safety and standard that you can get from to use a product in a major motorway in the UK. And we have collaborated with, you know, big tier 1 contractors and suppliers like Tarmac, like Skanska, but we also have been working with, you know, a number of councils and also, you know, different stakeholders. So the first net zero road scheme using ACLA was in Durham, and that was in partnership with Durham County Council and also with a local company here, MGL Group. So they manufacture the asphalt, and they also are a major contractor locally. And this scheme was very close to Natasha, who is our CEO. You can see her here in the picture because she was a PhD scientist at Durham University. So, and this road that was laid with, you know, ACLA was the first one, and it is a major road across Durham. So this is me talking about LCM, but also it's nice to hear from the people that have been collaborating with us and working with us. And Paul Cole, the chief engineer of Skanska, said that within 8 months period, a new, unproven, untested material has been thoroughly tested against highway specifications and successfully trialed on the National Highways Strategic Road Network. 8 months ago, I didn't believe that it would be possible, and it's amazing what it can be achieved through effective collaboration. So collaboration is key for us to tackle this challenge. No one by themselves will be able to do that. But then, you know, these are the kind of feedback that we're having. And the whole process, if you know the, or if you're aware with the TRL, Technology Readiness Level process, it took about 8 to 10 months to go through the whole process. So it hurt because, as I said, I work with innovation and sustainability centers around the world. And then it takes time, you test and you go back and you look at the results, but there was so much energy. And this project was part of the Innovate UK, the Catapult Connected Places, to look into solutions to decarbonize the road network. And case studies, so all those case studies that I showed you earlier, you can go to our website, and then there's a section there saying case studies, and then you can go scroll, and then you can choose any of the projects that you, and then learn more and get more details about how much carbon was used, how much of the product have been used, whether there was a different type of mix or any other combined solution with other alternatives out there. So I encourage you to visit our website, lowcarbonmaterials.com, and look into the case studies as well, so you can learn more. And then you may also recognize a number of those outlets where you can hear about us, and you know they've been making pieces about low carbon solutions and you know the materials that we have designed and developed, and also I think that we have like an award standard that is very big. So we need, and we have lots of different awards, but the one that we like to celebrate is the being a Earthshot Prize finalist in 2022. And for those who doesn't know, the Earthshot Prize, it was set up by His Royal Highness Prince William, and they help organizations and people that they have created solutions, and then they help to scale up and to bring into the market and to accelerate. So they give a lot of support to LCA and to really push the boundaries and move forward with our solutions and create the connections that we need. And then this is the last award that we got was Highways UK Startup of the Year. That was just about a couple of weeks ago during Highways UK event. And again, it's a recognition of the collaborative work that we have done and with all the major players in this sector, and just acknowledging that. And then this is early in the year, Prince William visiting our site in Saran, and it's a state-of-the-art. It's very clean. I've worked in different labs around the world, and sometimes it can be messy and all that stuff. But over there, it's nice and clean place, environment. And he visited us to learn more about the project and to provide further support. And we are a team of people that is growing really fast. Since I joined the company, we have already doubled the size of members of staff, and we have the knowledge and the innovation, and we're agile, and we love to collaborate, and we are a force for good, a recognized brand, and a powerful network. So we have all the ingredients, but what I'm doing here today is looking at who are the innovators, the pioneers, the people that want to push the boundary within the design of buildings and infrastructure and that links our cities and communities, to come and join this conversation, join us, and let's do projects together. Let's think that how can we get solutions together? And this is the vision that we have. So we want to be a world leader in low carbon, environmentally friendly building materials. We have 2 materials, and we were going back to the design board and really coming up with new solutions so we can help the industry to decarbonize. So we need to do that because we need to remove gigatons of CO2 of the atmosphere every year, and this is huge. If you imagine the wall of China, this amount is like 10 walls of China of CO2 that we have to remove every year. So I leave you here, but if you are a pioneer in innovation, if you want to learn how to use our products and solutions in your projects, please come and speak with me afterwards. I'll be delighted to engage. Thank you.
Well, there we go. We were looking for some optimism, weren't we? What an amazing presentation. Thank you so much, Alex. That was brilliant. Next up, we've got Catherine Sinclair from the Space Group. Catherine, she hasn't written this in her in the little biog, but I'm going to flag up that she has been selected as one of 12 rising stars for an award by REBA, and will be going down to London to spend some days. So that's the kind of level that Catherine is already reaching in her career, and again pushing kind of changes through. She's a qualified architect, works with Northumbria University on a knowledge transfer partnership, and focusing on adaptive her PhD was on adaptive reuse of a building, but I think we're going to hear far more in a different angle. So please welcome to the stage Catherine Sinclair.
So as Chris was saying, I'm doing a knowledge transfer partnership between Northumbria University and Space. So the whole basis behind it was within architectural practice, whole life carbon has always been seen as a specialism rather than something that's integrated within practice. So within the Knowledge Transfer Partnership, we're aiming to bring whole life carbon right to the forefront of design and make it more accessible. So worldwide, 39% of emissions are due to the construction industry, with 28% of these being due to operational carbon, so the running of the building and the energy, and 11% of these being due to the embodied carbon, which is the materials and construction. So historically, progress has centred around operational carbon, and we're trying to shift that to look more into the embodied side as well. So projections have suggested that operational emissions will decrease from 75% to 50% of the sector's total emissions in the coming decades. And then the UK Green Building Council says that embodied carbon will form over half of these emissions by 2035. So this is looking at a life cycle of a product, and it's looking at what is currently regulated and unregulated within the UK. So operational carbon is very regulated. We've got Part L that looks into this. But embodied carbon is unregulated. And at the moment, measurement and mitigation within the construction industry is voluntary. But a built environment that's fully decarbonised has to include both embodied and operational carbon. So embodied carbon does need to become more of a mainstream issue and being brought to the forefront of design. So in Europe, there are a lot of things that are going on at the moment, and it's showing that the UK can do it as well. So, for example, in the Netherlands, since 2013, embodied carbon's been regulated. So all of these schemes are setting like a precedent for the UK to follow. There's nothing in place at the moment in the UK, but hopefully soon. So the government has set out its intentions, and there are discussions about starting to report and restrict embodied carbon emissions, but we've not got anything yet. So these are industry-led standards. So there's Part Z, which has been suggested to become part of the building regulations to start to regulate embodied carbon. And then, as it was said previously, the UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard has just come out very recently. So it's a free-to-access technical standard that will enable the built environment to prove that built assets align with the UK's carbon budgets. And then we've got LETI on the far side, which have, if you've not heard of LETI before, I'd recommend going on their website because they've got a wealth of information about embodied carbon, operational carbon, and a lot of good design guides. So I think in design we need to think about things like this. The greenest building is the one that's already built. We need to consider whether a building is necessary and what we can do to reduce our emissions. So buildings represent an enormous investment in energy, materials, and financial resources. So if there is something viable available, why do we need to build something new? So if we're going on from that, we can look into this document done by Hawkins Brown. So it'd be good to work through it, right through every project, looking at initially, can the proposal use an existing building? And then if it can, don't build. And then you work through it like this. And then realistically, if you end up with a new build, then we can start looking at designing for disassembly and adaptability. So new build should not be the first and only option. According to the UK government, 80% of buildings that will be standing in 2050 have already been built. So it's important that the construction sector looks at ways to adapt these buildings rather than demolish and rebuild them, which would contribute to the already huge amounts of waste produced by the construction industry. It'll obviously have to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis because every project's unique. But if reuse and retrofit is possible, then we need to consider this. So going back to what we're doing with the KTP, I've been working with Space for a year now, and it's led us to this. Good early design decisions can reduce impact by up to 40%. So being able to have the academic input and the industry input, we've made really good progress, and being able to have that knowledge is really interesting. We're moving our focus onto early stage design decisions that happen every day in practice that aren't analysed. And there is a massive gap at the moment in early stage analysis that impacts whole life carbon. as the majority of analysis is always taken later on in a project. So we did some analysis to see what information is available at every stage of a project, looking at what we can start to analyse from stage 2. So you've got things across the board that you're looking at, like your gross internal area, the mass of a building, your glazing ratio, and that sort of thing. So we're trying to think about what decisions are made and how we can look at these to set us on the right trajectory of embodied carbon and whole life carbon. So also looking at this, there is limited material information available at the early stages, whereas a lot of the tools that are currently available, you need quite a lot of information to accurately assess your whole life carbon. So currently, life cycle analysis is primarily undertaken at RIBA stage 4, which is a detailed design stage. And by the time you get to that point, the cost of design changes is massive, and your ability to influence the design changes rapidly decreases. So we're trying to move it right to the beginning of stage 2, so that right through the process you can integrate it. As the level of level of detail at stage 2 obviously isn't as high as stage 4, we're trying to look at a way that we can not just start to analyse your decisions. The UK Green Building Council has said that the average change in life cycle assessment from stage 2 to stage 4 for substructure is 17% and structural frame is 55%, which highlights the inaccuracies of trying to measure your embodied carbon right from the early stages. So this, it would be possible to use a percentage factor to try and predict it, but this is what's led us on to developing what we're doing at the moment and trying not to predict embodied carbon. So leading on from all of this, we've been looking at what design decisions we make that can be analysed that make a huge impact on the whole life carbon of a project. So we're looking at form, window to wall ratio, structure and orientation. So all of these you make right from stage 2, and being able to analyse these and see whether you're being set on the right trajectory of your project will be very important. So looking further into one of these, form factor is usually thought of as a part of the operational carbon side, but we've been looking at it from an embodied carbon side. So to calculate your form factor, it's the heat loss areas, so your facade, your roof and your floor, divided by your gross internal area, and that gives you a figure. So this shows if you go from a form factor of 1 to a form factor of 2.36, your embodied carbon will approximately increase by 38.6%. So if you're able to just take this figure right from the early stages and see if you can decrease your form factor, then you should be able to decrease your embodied carbon. So this is just proving that you'll be able to set your project on the right trajectory and you're making decisions that will impact it. So as part of the KTP, we're developing a stage 2 whole life carbon analysis tool. So from the work that I've been doing, it's been shown that if we want this tool to be used, it needs to be easy to use and integrated within the design process, as design goes very quickly within practice and you don't need another cumbersome task alongside all of your other work. So it aims to be a design-based tool that can be used alongside everything, and then it just shows you where you are in your design and you know why you're making the decisions and you know the impact that your decisions will have. So a lot of the tools that I've been looking at, you need to be quite a specialist to use them, or you need quite a lot of time to input all of the data. But if we had something quite simple that will have an impact, it's really important. So this would be another part of this tool, because I think the whole life carbon of a building shouldn't just be focused on embodied and operational carbon. It should be looking at your materials, your connectivity, the health and well-being, and that sort of thing. So it just kind of gives the designer some, like a checklist to go through, just so that they know the impact that they're having. So this also starts to ensure that you're looking at benchmarks from an early stage, and it's got reusing an existing building, post-occupancy evaluation. So it just gets people thinking a bit more. through this, we analysed a standard D of E school. So this is Woodham. We looked at, so I analysed this at stage 4, and it showed that the embodied carbon within this school was 900 kilograms of CO2 per square metre. Currently, the REBA 2025 target for embodied carbon is 641.3 kilograms per square metre. So this is A1 to A3 of the life cycle. So there's a massive reduction needed. So 260 kilograms per square metre needs to be reduced just to meet the 2025 targets. The REBA 2030 target is 570 kilograms per square metre. I also looked at the form factor of this building as well. So the form factor of this is 1.7. So if we'd had this information when Woodham was started and we started to look at things like form factor, you'd hope that it would be reduced right from the beginning. Cement production creates an estimated 7% of the world's emissions. So we need an awareness that all of the decisions we make have an impact, and all choices need to be considered for the impact that they'll make. I've also analysed multiple D of E schools, and this is where we got to with these figures. So for the embodied carbon of these schools, concrete makes up around 50% of the emissions, and steel makes up 30%. So it proves where we need to hit. And then this analysis by Letty shows the percentage contribution of embodied carbon hotspots. So superstructure is the highest contributor at 30%. So also for the Woodham school, I did some material substitutions to see how low we could start to get the embodied carbon of the building. So by adding in materials such as CLT and starting to think about that sort of thing, we brought it down to 461.5 kilograms per square metre. And there were still changes that could be made, but this is a massive saving from the 900 that it is now. So this study conducted by AECOM shows that you could take a hybrid approach, obviously depending on your budget as well. So if you're looking at the CLT glue lam and steel column hybrid, it's got a massive embodied carbon saving compared to the flat slab, but obviously it is considerably more expensive. So if you're working with people, you'd be able to hopefully find some sort of hybrid option that has a reduction in embodied carbon, but also can fit within your budget. This is also the initial material selection for Woodham. I'm not sure if it changed further down the line, but this is what was initially being considered. So the red lines are indicating virgin materials, and the green lines are products with recycled content in. So not only is the majority of these virgin materials, but we need to be considering why we're going so far afield for these materials when there's a considerable amount that we could start to look at in the UK. This is a smaller zoomed in map, just looking at what is close to the site. Obviously, there's still quite a lot of virgin materials, but it proves what can be found really close to your site, just for that consideration. Some additional things that we've been doing at Space. So we've been working with Redcar and Cleveland Council to create an embodied carbon design guide for them. So this is for designers and consultants, taking them through the process and explaining a lot of things. So it gives them design guidance, embodied carbon data, benchmarking, and almost provides a step-by-step guide through their process. Following this, we also worked on a project where it was possible to start implementing the Stage 2 tool. So we were looking at the form factor of the building, which was slightly reduced, and we also looked at material substitutions and more local materials. So it's good that we're starting to implement this now. Also within Space, we're now setting embodied carbon benchmarks. So as a minimum, it's going to be the REBA 2025 target, but we'll be progressing through this. Yeah, so that will be set as a minimum. So, and then the work that I'm doing will hopefully help people meet these benchmarks, and I'll be able to provide the guidance that's necessary. There are also different benchmarks depending on building type, but we're going with schools at the moment because we've focused quite a lot on them. And then the same will go for the operational carbon side as well. So there'll be benchmarks set for that too. And that's it.
Thank you, Catherine. Crikey, lots happened in the year since you were here last, isn't it? Great to see all the progress there. So just before we bring everybody up for the panel, I'll just introduce Steve, who'll be the third member of the panel. So Steve is retrofit lead at the Sewell Group. He leads Refit 2050, which is their service. And the Sewell Group has diverse estates, and his job is helping drive the organisations towards that net zero future. Particularly across education and health sectors. I think obviously we're picking out some big players here, and it's important that we're seeing the big products going on as well, the big carbon things and the big sectors. So if I'd like to welcome everybody up onto the panel, and we'll start with some questions. Thank you. You have a choice whether you go in order or not. I am going to take a seat, yeah. Do we have any questions to start from the audience? Yep, we got one up there.
Tom Jarman, Low Carbon Journey. I'm interested in how mature the marketplace is for the sort of materials we've been talking about. So I'm aware of individual materials like the ones from Low Carbon Materials and hemp-based plasterboard, that sort of thing. But are we getting closer to the point where there's a good selection of materials, they're openly available, there's the data available for them, and they're integrated into the more common supply chains we use, rather than they're fairly unique products that you have to search for much more actively?
Who'd like to start on that one?
I can start. So in the last year, I've been looking into this quite a lot, and I think some of the mainstream manufacturers are obviously starting to produce their EPDs, which are starting to become more available. But I've seen some other materials start to come through. So there's Kenotech, which is an interesting brick that I've been looking at that's starting. I think it's getting BBA certified this year. So I think there are a lot more coming through, and yeah, it's good to see.
Gentlemen.
I think from my side, the lag that we'll probably see more from a delivery sort of side is the take-up in the supply chain of those materials. Ultimately, the public sector and our contracting authorities want to see those items sort of tested and warranted, and you know, without being putting a negative slant on that, I think that will be where the lag is the supply chain passing those warranties upstream and making sure that the testing and you know, all that goes with that that'll take time to add, but it's certainly moving in the right direction.
Alex?
I think that one of the key issues is trust. So if you're designing something, you have the liability, and if you're building as well, so you're thinking about your own liabilities, and you want to make sure that whatever a solution you're using, you can trust. And that's why I said, you know, this is what the people and the organizations using our materials are talking about us. So when you ask about where's your EPD, here is our EPD, where is your LCA and everything. So we, all the standards, we as a company, we are very keen to make sure that everything that we do is good for the planet, but also meet all the standards. But I also think that we need to really think hard about some of the solutions that are, in terms of standards and that are out there, like EPDs. We need to think a little bit more holistic and outside of this box, not just ticking exercise. Do you have an EPD, as we do, and then that's it. Let's look harder about like circularity of the products and things like that, so we can make an informed decision and then, you know, use those solutions in the buildings that are being designed.
Just picking up on that, do you think that there almost needs to be a task force within the UK, given the urgency and the level of the impact of the carbon in the built environment? It's either like buildings or bust. We either do this with the built environment, or we sail off into a climate disaster even more than we are now. Do you think there should be a task force, maybe kind of yourselves and leading that, of busting down the doors and the communication, almost with some activists kind of coming alongside you for that kind of vegetation? Just the thought process there, thoughts on that?
Within the northeast, there are a few that are like getting a bit of traction. So I've been involved with one, which is the Northeast Climate Action Group, which is part of Constructing Excellence Northeast.
Yep.
So they're starting to run breakfast briefings and start to involve the whole community. But in terms of, like, I think it was somebody last year said it's not the people in the room that you need to be talking to, it's everybody else. So I think that might be the issue. So we need to start being more widespread.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that places like sandpits where these innovative solutions can be tried and tested collaboratively, so it's not just the architects or the people that are already convinced that you're working together. You can go and get that builder that was perhaps not proactive and doing something more innovative or being a pioneer involved, so they can, be part of the process and see the benefits using it. So yes, a task force would be very welcome.
Okay. I'm just kind of leaning out, and then we'll go for another question, but things like media coverage of this, the older people in the room, we used to have this television program called Tomorrow's World. And it was, wasn't it? It was setting out, and you would have been on Tomorrow's World by now, for sure. You would have been on BBC One at 20:07 in an evening, and they would have just shown all of that in a little 10-minute slot on that program. And do you feel that we've got enough, and the communications are good enough on that?
I think that low carbon materials, I'm talking from our perspective, we've been very lucky to be a finalist of the Earthshot Prize, and it has opened so many doors. Yes, it would be great to be the winner that year in 2022 and get £1 million. But the support that we have, and from His Royal Highness and all the organizations that are involved in the prize has been so valuable to help us to scale up and to really amplify the message and the outreach that we have within the industry and outside.
I think the media around sustainability, there's a lot of places to take media in these days, so there's a lot of mixed messages. I think, it's sort of alluded to in the first presentation, that the watering down of that word sustainability and what it means, and I think the big challenge is in industry is getting people to buy into the real, just doing the right thing and the business case for these big issues, rather than it being seen as a green tree hugging type of association, which I think that is the biggest thing that I see, is people still associate a negative along with sustainability from in industry, or at the far end of it, and it's that is, it's a real challenge to break that down, I find, what can be.
Okay. Over to the audience. Any questions coming in from? There we've got two here. One then.
Anthony Hart from BIM Technologies. We've heard this morning about S-curves and extensive growth in this area, and from Catherine as well about certain measurements that aren't being measured, such as perhaps end of life. We've got A1 to A3. In products, so Alex, such as yours with low carbon materials, there's more carbon content potentially locked away, which is a good thing from not burning those waste materials. But ultimately, are we measuring those things fast enough? End of life, decommissioning that concrete that's got more CO2 in it, potentially. Do you see the governance side helping that, and the governance being so slow to respond? How can we speed that up, and what's being done in that area for measuring that end of life and extra carbon that we're perhaps locking away in stuff we're not going to decommission for 60, 70 years?
I was actually speaking to Rob about this the other day, and we were looking into sequestering carbon. And it's quite an interesting topic that I want to read into a bit more. But I think because you account for it at the beginning when you're doing your life cycle assessment, but you don't actually know what's going to happen to it at the end. So you could say you're sequestering all of this material, but then you could just go and burn the timber, for example. So I think there needs to be legislation behind it to mandate it, because if there's no legislation, then people don't need to do it. They could just say that they've done it.
I think that it's a valid point. I think that we need to design to deconstruct instead of demolish. And that's one of the principles that I think should be embraced. There are some very interesting projects that I was not involved, but some of the colleagues that I used to work with, which was BAM, the buildings as bank material. So you then deconstruct whatever you build, and then you reuse and recycle and upcycle. So that way you avoid that kind of scenario that you would be generating more CO2 and waste as well as a process. So I think that design is so critical because you can really think holistic and the whole life cycle and not just having that as an afterthought.
The only thing I'd add to that is that, I think in the last 40, 50 years of building, perhaps we're not building with that permanence that we maybe once did as well, and obviously the building performance has changed drastically in that time for the better as well. But it's one thing building for deconstruction, which is obviously a positive, but also building with quality and permanence in mind as well, and making those buildings work for the long term. I think is we've potentially lost a bit of the craft and the real quality of sort of permanent buildings that we maybe had in the past, potentially. Not to say that they all perform to where they need to, of course. But
okay. Yeah, but that thing of loving something and designing it well, and then it becomes owned by the community, they love it, and then if it's loose fit, that phrase of loose fit, so you can get multiple uses out of it. Okay. Gentleman here.
Alex Edwards from Igloo Regeneration. I'm just interested, in light of Grenfell and subsequent Building Safety Act, do you think that's increased the nervousness around using new materials and innovation in design?
Can I put that on first? That 100%. Through the supply chain, seen a real risk aversion to doing the wrong thing, which is a fairly sort of obvious statement to make. But yeah, in terms of that all starts as it goes, filters through contracts and and requirements from the top level of a contract requirement. So it's not just the construction industry. It starts in the client boardroom and at a government legislation level, obviously. But yeah, there's a real nervousness in industry to do the right things, and you're seeing a spreading of probably overcomplicating a lot of things as well at the moment. We're bringing in different professionals layering up, where we're probably again creating more and more specialisms, but losing that holistic sort of view of build as well, which is, I don't know the answer to it because it's a complex one, but it's definitely in response to your question,
yeah, I think because as well, so, like new roles have come out as well. So you've got the new principal designer role, and because there's so many questions around it, people aren't really sure where it's going at the moment. So I think if people are more confident in the new roles that they're doing, then maybe we could start to consider these newer materials. But you don't want to, as you were saying.
It's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult to then enforce that new material if someone has got that fear in the back of their mind. That's a big challenge of integrating it quickly. We're almost shackling ourselves with the red tape in that way.
Which I think as well, like if we then go down the route of over-engineering to try and avoid this, it'll increase the amount of embodied carbon within the buildings, which is unnecessary because it wasn't necessary before, but it's just
Yeah, I agree. I think that people are nervous about using different materials, and that's why the case studies and the ones that take the leap, because I think that in the construction industry, everybody is rushing to be the second and not taking, the leap of faith and do something. So that's why it's important to try to, gather all the data to make sure that you understand it, how it functions in the real world. Projecting things on a computer is one thing, but then, testing it in the real life in a real project is a different thing. So I think that is important, and that's why I made the call for let's work together with the innovators. If you want to try and test different material solutions that are tried, trusted, then that's the way forward.
Yeah, and that again, that could be that function of that task force is that it's given adequate funding to go and rapidly test and develop. I mean, we saw that with COVID, didn't we? The pace at which those vaccines were developed, tested, and out, and they kind of half the time of normal pharmaceutical production of coming through that whole testing process. And I mean, just picking up on that quote, this isn't an observation, I'm meant to be sharing it, but can't resist the observation a little bit. But if they're nervous to do this thing, we also need to be really aware that we're already doing the wrong thing. And we're doing it very badly. Our buildings, we've seen the figures again this morning, it's 39%. So we can't just sit back and there was a conference that Paul Morell from, who sat on the Grenfell Tower summary, and that was in London a few weeks ago. And the panel that we were talking about sustainability there was that although, and I'm going to be careful how I say this, Grenfell was an immediate, acute, horrible incident. The fire that's burning underneath buildings and underneath the planet is a slow burn one, but the number of people actually dying are far greater than died in the tower, and that's because of the way that we're building things. And some of those decisions, that's why we need the money to go into a task force. I mean, if, we could issue something that came out of here today as a call, and I think you've quite clearly got these collaborations that you can show what, I mean, amazing the pace at which you've gone from that through in an 8-month period, and you've got people like Tarmac and the Highways Agency saying that this is an incredible pace to go forward. We need that at all levels in the sector. So how do we do that? How do we bring the very best? And I don't know, maybe we could issue that as an output of here, that how many people in the room think there should be a task force to drive this stuff forward, and that should gain funding from central government as an absolute priority? Put your hands up if you think that would be a really good thing. Yeah. There you go. Next question. Sir.
Jamie O'Shea, Pivotal International. This is a specific question for Alex, and it may tie into the last hint of a task force. Alex, you've got a couple of products there that obviously they're the result of innovation, and they solve some big problems that are applicable right now worldwide. Are you addressing your product just to specifiers at the moment? Because it seems like you should be making the technology available possibly as a franchise or to the material producers to make their to reduce the carbon footprint of those products right now and offer that to the clients, rather than maybe targeting individual companies, that you go and offer a global solution now to say we can go net zero on concrete and asphalt by having a different business approach. And maybe other innovators need to think the same way, that you're not just solving, if you solve a local problem, it's a potential to solve a global problem as well.
Absolutely. I think that one of the common obstacles with startup is how to scale up, and what is the business model. So we are talking with the major, for example, the biggest asphalt suppliers in the UK, so they can themselves use the technologies as, that's the holy grail, to have a proprietary mix that has got our solution so they can offer, and then that makes it much easier for specifiers to say, okay, I'm going to have that asphalt mix because I know that I will reach net zero if I have that solution in it. So we are absolutely talking with, major tier 1 contractors and with the suppliers as well, looking into the different ways that we can and options that we have to scale up. And we've been working, and the support from the Earthshot Prize people and community helps with that. What is the next step in terms of franchising and deploying the technology, not just here in the UK, but globally? Yeah.
Okay. Next question, please. Oliver.
Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Oliver Heidrich. I'm a professor at Newcastle University. There are many things which I would like to say. One is the task force, because there are lots of task force activities going on right now within the government. UK government, Treasury has a task force. Also NATO member states have a climate change task force, so please do chat with me if you want to know which task force you should join. I'm part of quite a few of them. But my question is perhaps to Catherine first, and then maybe Alex, about the BBA accreditation, because you mentioned BBA accreditation, which slows down perhaps the innovation part. And you said there's a product you are aware of that is going through the accreditation. How long does it take to get accreditation? Because I've done this with a company I used to run, and it took many, many years. And it was before all these discussions became mainstream. And the selling point was the performance of the product, not the environmental credentials. But now, based on Alex's presentation, you're going on about the environmental product declaration and its environmental performance, but not so much about its technical performance. So has the decision-making shifted from functionality to environmental credentials? And so these are the two questions, if you like. So how long does it go BBA? And is the decision-making shifting towards more environmental credentials rather than performance?
I'm not sure how long it takes for certification. Do you know?
No.
No. Well, we can look it up.
Yeah, well, I don't think that we're trading one for another. I think that performance and safety is at the top of our priorities at LCM. But also, what the industry is demanding are EPDs and LCAs, and that's why we comply with what is required from us. But I think that there will be a shift in terms of what are the standards out there, and if there is any need for those standards to be changed. As I said in my presentation earlier, the circularity is something that will grow. I think that the Mayor of London is a big advocate for circularity. I don't know if you agree with that, but I think that many local authorities and councils around the country will follow the same fashion, looking into a more holistic approach, but also not jeopardizing, performance of that material. The environmental credentials needs to go alongside with, how is strong the durability and functionality of whatever solution is out there.
Okay. One at the back there. Would you like to come in?
Marek Bidwell Management Systems. Thanks for those presentations. I think it's really exciting to be moving from operational carbon to embodied carbon. And Catherine's presentation was excellent and shows real deep green thinking with the hierarchy of deciding if you need to build a building or reuse an existing building. And I was reflecting the other day on the halls of residence I was in. Castle Leazes is just being demolished after about 55 years. And then I was in Durham, and I was looking at the students going in and out of Durham Castle halls of residence, which has been around for about 1,000 years. And I was just reflecting on really what you were saying about the longevity of buildings and then the consequential effect on the carbon of the building. I was just wondering if the question is, can a low carbon building be a lovely building that people want to live in for 1,000 years?
I'd answer. I've got a bias towards that in terms of I think obviously it depends on the building to begin with. Obviously, isn't it? Durham Castle's different to most buildings, obviously. But I think a lot of this conversation on the carbon, it misses the human element in it a lot of the time. And you question there, does someone want it for a long time? And it's a really, really simple. I sat with Oliver last night actually, and it blended this. We had a similar conversation around it as an engineer, but with a psychology bias, and I think those two nuances have actually quite a rare skill set, I imagine. But yeah, the blend of does it work and does someone want it? Because not knocking it down every 50 years is surely the easiest way to retain that embodied carbon in a building. And we've modelled a retrofit and a refurbishment of a building versus knocking it down or building the equivalent new, and you're talking in order of half of the embodied carbon saved by just returning, because as Catherine's presentation showed there, the key culprits are in the superstructure and the foundations, and if you can keep all those in play for a long time rather than starting from scratch, which we seem to do in the industry. And I think the construction industry takes the sort of the bad rep in that, if you like, but ultimately that comes from a client want. It's like it's happening before the construction industry. It's happened with someone saying, I want to knock this down and start again. The builders don't just turn up and start doing that work without someone's desire to do it in the first place. And I think the better the building, the longer we're going to keep it. And that's kind of a personal belief of mine.
There's quite an interesting standard called the Living Building Challenge. So it's got, I think it was, they call it petals. So there's 7 petals and you go through them and it creates more of a view of a building that's not just embodied and operational carbon, and it looks at how the user's going to use it, their health and well-being, and it's a lot more around it. So I think if we can start to integrate more of that into our design, as well as looking at whole life carbon, then the buildings will be around for a lot longer.
I think that I'm just reflecting a little bit on John's presentation earlier, and he talked about this paradigm shift that takes 75 years. And recently I completed a circularity course at Cambridge University. And I think that the shift with the younger generations already having that thought that they won't be able to afford their own home, or so the attachment that we have with our buildings today will not be the same in the future. So if the building is more less permanent and something that can be moved from one place to another, or perhaps dismantled and then reassembled somewhere else, or reused, recycled, upcycled, with the circularity in mind, will change a lot. And I think that it's difficult for us to envisage that, but I think that the next generations will be much more easy with buildings that are, the emotional touch won't be there in a similar way that we have now today. But I think that, looking at today, I think that we have one of the oldest building stock in Europe. Our houses are the smallest that we have in Europe as well, and it's very hard to treat. So, and you need to make sure that whatever solution you put there to improve the energy efficiency and the carbon footprint of that building will not create another issue. So you can put like some insulation that will then generate condensation that will have a knock-on effect on the occupier's health, and then that will have a knock-on effect on the NHS budget because they will have to treat more people because of respiratory conditions and all that stuff. So it's not a simple task, but we need to really think hard how to make those changes and what kind of materials we need to develop and implement, and how we can design that to ensure that we are absolutely ticking all those boxes.
And some of those materials, it's quite interesting. You're almost saying that we need to design, we need to put the design spec out for a material and then go and invent the material.
It's a holistic view, isn't it? I think what you're saying, when you go particularly on the existing buildings, like the modern ways of using buildings and modern methods of applying refurbishments of buildings make that building inherently different to how it was designed or used, and I think holistic viewpoint of treating those. And
I live on an old copper mine in Cornwall, and in a picture of it in 1860, there's a big engine house and a whopping great 3-story copper crushing engine. And at the end of it, when they closed that bit of the mine down, they just dismantled that building because they'd got all the granite and all the big rocks, and they'd done that, and then they just moved that to the next mine. So they weren't going to kind of just walk away from it. They just dismantled the whole thing and took it and put it up at the next place. So that's kind of that. And then you have the other extreme where in Exeter, the Met Office had a 25-year design life. So they just kind of moved it all out of Bracknell, I think, and then when they built it in Exeter, 25-year design life. So hopefully it'll be used for something else or deconstructed, but I'm not sure that it will. Another question from the audience, sir? Very loaded over this side with questions. We're going to mix everybody up after lunch.
Hi, Carl from the Energy Group. We provide a lot of renewable solutions to businesses, and regardless of everyone's great intentions with carbon reduction, and when you have a conversation with people, most people want to get involved and a positive and respond in a positive way, but there's always the commercial side, which is what's it going to cost, what's the return on investment, and the reality is, regardless of how green we want to be, if these solutions aren't affordable and you're not showing that the investment is effective or what it's going to cost, that needs to be integrated and considered from everybody, really. So my question is, with regards to Catherine and the form factor that you'd mentioned there, have you done any data and research to show that the form factor that you showed, which was the very rectangular shape there, and the efficiencies and running costs lower overall of that form factor against the one that was kind of more complex? And also for yourself, Alex, with the materials going into the asphalt, what's the cost? What's the benefit commercially? Because that seems to be a big driving force for a lot of decisions. What I see anyway, regardless of how green we all want to be and how quick we want to get there, there's got to be a commercial element to that.
So I've just done a passive house course actually, so that links quite nicely into it. And basically, like the more heat loss areas you have, the more inefficient your building is. And then if you look at it from a structural point of view, the form factor of 2.3, like it would be so much harder to put in, say, a regular structural grid, or you've got more like a cantilever or something. So there's a significant amount more material that has to go into it. So I think in that sense, then the cost of the materials would probably go up because you're trying to create a more complex structure. And then the running costs of the building would also go up because you've got more space to stop the heat escaping.
So that's the message I would put out when selling that form factor piece from a commercial point of view.
I think that one of the things that as specifiers or designers, we need to also educate the client that there is a cost associated, but I think that it's not prohibitive in terms of what we have, the solutions, drop-in solution. There's no capex that you need to invest. If sometimes with new technologies and innovative solutions, you have to create a new plant or something that makes very expensive. With the solutions that we have, is like, what can we do with what we have now? So very frugal innovation, I call it, because that's the way that you can really start to penetrate and working with all the players, because you're not changing the way that they do things. They're just like implementing, and that's why both of solutions, they're drop-in solutions that can be scalable and that can be used together with others. I have been talking a lot in events and on behalf of LCA since I joined the team. And one of the questions that I always ask is like, do you have in your business a net zero strategy, a low carbon strategy, a sustainability strategy? And normally everybody put their hands up. And then I said, as part of your job, do you have to deal with that strategy? How do you contribute to that? And then less people, but a lot of put their hands up. And I said, and do you have a budget to do it? And this is when nobody put their hands up. And we need to remember that this agreement, it's binding by law because we signed the agreement in Paris. So we need to do something. And the closer it gets to the deadline, the more hard, the more expensive it will get. So I think that we need to start to really try those solutions that are available right now and think about other solutions as soon as possible so we can meet those requirements as soon as possible because, yeah, the clock is ticking and we're getting closer. And I think that, the issue that we have now is like we need first come, first served because there is an appetite for those solutions. So we are like really looking to scale up to meet the demand. And the more companies and organizations buy from us, we can, and if I know that I have an X number of order for you that will take me throughout first quarter, second quarter of 2025, I'll be able to go back to my supply chain as well and look into, what are the deals that we can make, and then, collectively make the whole process easier and cheaper for everybody.
Okay. And there's a cost. I mean, Valencia has a massive cost. The negative cost of that compared to, and we know that those costs of the impact of the climate crisis are only going to go up and up and up. So we keep robbing our future. And again, robbing the future is robbing the young people, because back to John's point earlier. Question.
Just on that basis of early adoption of technology, I mean, you see in all industries, don't you? Early adopters, it costs more. If we can scale and we can get into it, then we get the prices start to come down. And then it feels like there's a multitude of different products that will need to be tested and changed and alternative materials to turn up. But if at the design stage, there's an element of how much risk are we prepared to take to be an early adopter, to envision the fact that we're going to then enable scaling to happen, so then the prices can come down. So if you can work in that space and be, not taking one for the team as much, but understanding that if you are going to be in this space, there has to be some kind of conversation around, we need to be a part of moving this forward, and it will have a cost addition to start with. If we can scale it, we may be able to move to the point of view where we can then be doing it at prices, at more price beneficial situations. So it's more of an observation than...
I think a bit of my brother worked in, so I have a little tiny insight into pharmaceuticals, and the number of products that they will start researching compared to the number that actually ever reach market is they kind of tiny. So they massive number of products, and then a very few actually reach market and commercialization. But they, as an industry, are very used to doing that, and they got a lot of kicking because they cost a lot, but that's partly why they cost a lot, because they have a whole load of fails. But they're an industry that are happy to take those fails, because when they get it right, it works very well for them. Any other questions? We've got one up here. We're ripping through towards lunch.
Hiya, I'm Conor Backus. I'm from Northumberland County Council. I'm an architect and retrofit designer. So obviously it's a great product, what you've done, Alex. I guess I'm more interested in if you see it as a solution to concrete and asphalt, and that we can continue to use them going onwards, or if you see it as more of a bandage until the time that we've made progress to remove from the market, and just what that leads to if that stagnates the market in terms of nobody will want to potentially invest and improve upon if they become too complacent with products like yours.
I think that the three co-founders of LCM, when they started into this journey, was looking what are the biggest threat that we have. It's climate change, and then what can we do to mitigate that those issues, and that's why they focus on concrete and asphalt. But as an organization, and myself, I speak on my behalf as well, we looked into the hierarchy, and as Catherine was saying, the first thing is like, don't build something. If there's no need, why to do it? And then looking into, if you're building it, just build the necessary that you need to, and then just go through the whole hierarchy of, putting something in place that, and then looking into other solutions. So as I said as well, what is the next thing for LCM? Which is the vision is to become a world leader in this supply of low carbon solutions, materials that do not compromise the planet and the people, and so they're going back to the drawing board and looking to what's next. What is like creating a portfolio of solutions that when you're doing your BIM calculations there, and you say, if I put this solution, what impact will have in my project? Or if I have another solution there, and just compare like for like, apples with apples.
I actually have a question for you leading on from that, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So with Osto, the concrete, is it the same mixture of concrete? So do you still have the same amount of cement in it? And if you do, are you considering using cement substitutions? And what's your opinion on using like GGBS, for example?
Okay. It is a drop-in solution, so it can be, as I said, stackable. So if you have other solution, GGBS or anything that you're using there, then it can be used alongside those solutions. So it's not just a prescriptive saying this is the only thing that you need to do to lower the carbon footprint. But yeah, it can be used alongside others.
Okay.
Any other questions? An observation? Should we go to lunch 5 minutes early? Lunch is now for an hour. Should we start an hour, 5 minutes early as well? Okay, so if we're back here by 1:30, but if everybody could give, again, Alex, Steve and Catherine a big round of applause. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. That was absolutely Yep. Lovely. So glad I brought my bell. In fact, I've rented my bell out to Katie 2 times so far today. So welcome back for the afternoon session. I've got 3 things to say about our next speaker, the great Emily Penn. One, she did 3 years Part 1 architecture, got her degree. She sailed 80,000 miles around the world, all told, and she loves oceans and hates plastic. Please welcome Emily Penn.
Oh, thank you so much. It's absolutely wonderful to be here talking to you all this afternoon. Now, before I really get into my slides, I want to take you all back to a moment when I was living on a tiny Pacific island that was just 10 foot above sea level. And I was woken in a hurry by the word tsunami. My local Tongan family, who I was living with, they came to me and they asked me if I knew what this warning meant. So we jumped in the truck and we drove 1 minute to the water's edge. And we found that the ocean had gone beyond the horizon, like somebody had just taken the plug out. And the corals lay limp and exposed in the morning sun. And the kids had run out and they were trying to pick up all of the fish on the seabed. So we got the kids over to the other side of the island and we waited. We waited until the time the warning had warned us this tsunami was going to hit. And every rustle of wind in the trees, every sound of a truck, it startled me. But the time came and it went. A little while later, we went back down to the water's edge and we found that the water had come back in. It smashed every boat. It had taken away homes and trees, but no lives had been lost. Now, that day for me went from being one of the most terrifying of my life to one of the most insightful, because as the sun got low, the community came together and they set about recovering their island. And one family was responsible for replanting palm seedlings from one side of the island to the other. Materials were being collected to weave mats and baskets and other household possessions. Roofs were being fixed, sandbags were being laid, croplands were being cleared. And it struck me that everybody had a different job to do. They all had a different skill and they took it on and they got their job done. And together, they managed to recover their island. If you'd have gone to that island just a month or 2 later, you would have barely known that this disaster had happened. And that resilience is something that has just astounded me right to this day. Now, my fascination in small islands and how I ended up swept up on this tiny little beach in Tonga actually began when I was hitchhiking around the world from England to a new job in Australia working in architecture. But I wanted to get there without taking an aeroplane. So naturally, I jumped on Google to try and find ways to hitchhike around the world. And when I did, this just popped up on my laptop. Now, this boat is called Earth Race. It holds the round-the-world speed record. It went around the world in just 60 days, but it did it running on 100% biofuel, fuel that's come from many different types of renewable sources. This team was about to take off around the world for a second time to go to 120 cities to talk to schools, politicians, the media about renewable energy. So I wrote to the skipper and I said, how do I get a job on board your boat? And he said, come to Brighton and meet us for the weekend and we'll see how you get on. So I showed up in Brighton with enough stuff to last me 1 weekend, and I didn't end up going home for another 923 days. This boat was my ticket to Australia, but I didn't realize that it was going to trigger an entirely new career that I was never expecting to have. Now, we had the most amazing journey. We crossed the Atlantic, crossed the Pacific, and all the time living in this little capsule. This is the inside of Earth Race. it's not as glamorous as that sleek silver exterior might have made you think. And this was home for me for a year. I shared it with 3 smelly Kiwi boys. And we had no running water on board. So if we wanted to have a wash, we simply stopped the boat and we jumped over the side, which is what we did one morning in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And as I came up to the surface, I saw a toothbrush, a cigarette lighter, and a bottle top just floating by. At the time, we were 800 miles from nearest land. The closest people to us were in the space station, in orbit above our heads. And yet there was this evidence of human life and waste in the most remote part of our planet. And for me, that just didn't make any sense. We then stopped at small islands. We found locals were struggling to catch fish because the commercial fishing vessels had emptied their waters. They were struggling to grow food in the ground because the rising sea levels had caused their soil to become so salty that their crops wouldn't grow. And then the knock-on effect of all of this was a new reliance on having to import food and drink that all came wrapped up in this new, strange material, plastic. Now, in between visiting these islands, we then had days, weeks, months of this open ocean. And we'd sit on the roof of Earthrace, looking out at the horizon. And it was here for me that things started to change, because one of the things I love about being at sea is how you constantly have to react to the changes in the environment around you. If the wind suddenly picks up or the waves change direction, you have to do something. You have to adjust your course, shift your sails, and sometimes even your life depends on that response. And it made me realize that I too needed to start thinking about my own course, my career, and that actually architecture at that time didn't seem like the right thing for me. And actually trying to tackle some of these issues I was seeing on the ground was my focus. I ended up spending the next 10 years sailing the world, studying plastic pollution, doing the scientific research and finding out more about what was going on and ultimately how to solve it. And we sailed everywhere, from the tropics to the poles and all in between. And over those 10 years spent at sea, you know, we had those magical moments, the dolphins at the bow and navigating by the stars and gathering on deck every night to watch yet another awe-inspiring sunset on the horizon. But then there was surviving the storms. And I think being at sea for so long, experiencing this, you kind of realize the full power of nature and our planet in a way that when I lived on land, buffered by our built environment, I didn't quite understand that. And I started to realize that this ocean that is so vast and so endless and so powerful, I couldn't believe that it was being impacted by little old us, humans. But it turns out that is exactly what's happening. And it was this issue of plastic that I really threw myself into and went to live on this tiny island in Tonga, which I then met that tsunami. And these islands, they look like absolute paradise from above, but down on the ground, it's a completely different story. These communities are struggling with the pressures that I mentioned earlier on their food that mean they're importing all of this. It's ending up as waste on the beach, throwing it into the ocean or burning it. And it was that burning plastic smell that kept getting up my nose. And when I started to learn, well, what is that I'm breathing in? I learned about these chemicals, dioxins that are released through incomplete combustion, and other chemicals that disrupt our hormones, cause cancer, things we really don't want inside our bodies. And certainly the kids living on these little islands don't either. And so that really became my first mission. I wanted to eliminate the burning of plastic on these 2 tiny islands in Tonga. And so I hopped off the boat and stayed. And I got to know the locals and also started to learn the Tongan language and quickly discovered that there wasn't even a word for rubbish in their language. The concept of throwing something into a controlled system, it didn't exist. Because up until so recently, you hadn't needed to. A banana peel, a fish bone, a coconut husk could just be thrown on the beach, no problem. And so I started to realise that it wasn't just infrastructure and equipment that was needed, but actually a new way of thinking about this new material. And so after 6 months of working with the schools on an education programme and the government on sort of what the long-term plan would be, we then culminated in the most enormous cleanup. We had 3,000 people, which was 3/4 of the population, come out and pick up rubbish. Together, we collected 56 tonnes in just 5 hours. It filled 8 shipping containers and about 3,000 sacks, and we managed to ship it off this little island, some to be recycled and some to go to a safe landfill site. But it wasn't just the domestic waste that we were seeing. Every morning when I was walking along that beach, I was seeing plastic washing up, and it often had writing on it in languages that I didn't even recognise. And so this got me asking new questions. Where was this plastic coming from? And how was it travelling thousands of miles around the planet to end up on this little beach in Tonga? And so I started to just learn more about plastic itself. And firstly, just the sheer volume of what we use. So this is the number of plastic bags that we're using in the world right now. This counter started on the 1st of January 2024. Those bags, they get used once, maybe twice, probably 3 times at best before they're thrown away. And that's, I think, the thing about plastic is it's this incredible material that's designed to last forever, but we then use it for products that are designed to be used once and then thrown away. And it's just this mismatch of material science and product design that puts us in this situation of having huge amounts of waste material that no longer has any use or any value. I, of course, thought, well, can't we just recycle all of that plastic? It turns out only 9% of the plastic that we use globally gets recycled. And that number now is so low because of the sheer different types of plastic that we use, making recycling a huge challenge. It needing to be cleaned, it needing to be sorted. And so perhaps it's not a surprise that then we see around the world situations like this where so much waste just escapes landfill, escapes the system and finds its way down streams, drains, rivers, and they ultimately end up in the ocean. And so we now know that about 80% of the plastic floating around at sea is coming from streams and drains on land, the other 20% coming from fishing and shipping activities that are already taking place out there at sea. So the question then, well, where does it go? What happens when it meets the ocean? And that's where it finds these ocean currents that then move it around our planet. And we have 2 clockwise rotations in each of our northern hemisphere oceans and then 3 in the 3 southern hemisphere oceans. But in the center of these fast-moving currents is a calm patch, which when we're watching the weather, that's where we see it being called the high. And as scientists looking at the plastics issue, this is what we call a gyre. And that's the accumulation zone where all this plastic eventually ends up due to those currents. And there's 5 of them around the world. Well, there's 10 here. Everything's duplicated, but five of these hotspots. And you know the densest patches that we find are right here in the middle. So back in 2008, when this hypothetical computer model was created, not many people had actually been out there to see what was going on. Only a few around Hawaii in the North Pacific. So this became my next mission, to sail to these 5 gyres and find out what was going on, how much plastic was there, and ultimately what we're going to do. And so we got out there. We headed to the South Atlantic first, and we got to the middle of that hotspot that the coordinates had told us to sail to. And we started to see a piece of plastic here and a piece of plastic there, and we got our nets out and we started scooping them up on board the deck of the boat. We looked at this pile at the end of the day. We found all sorts of things. But we thought, this doesn't quite make sense. There's 8 million tonnes of plastic going into the ocean every year. We're in the middle of the accumulation zone, and in a whole day, this is all we found. Where is the rest of this plastic going? Now, it turned out it was there. We just hadn't seen it yet. It's not until we put a fine mesh net across the surface of the ocean that we actually understood what was going on. That the UV rays from the sun and the wind and the waves break plastic down into these tiny fragments called microplastics. Feel free to come and have a little look at a real sample from the Pacific. These fragments are smaller than your little fingernail, and you can't see them when you look at the surface of the water with your eyes. It's only when we put this net through that we actually find out what's going on. We then take these samples on board and we put them under the microscope. And it always amazes me when we're trying to work out what's plastic and what's plankton, that these two pieces are actually plastic. And they look almost identical to the plankton, the fish food that's floating on the surface of the ocean as well. So then we started catching fish, and we found things like this rainbow runner that had 17 fragments of plastic inside its stomach that it had mistaken for food. So at this point, the conversation shifted again. We were no longer just focusing on the physical presence of plastic in our ocean, but if it was getting into the food chain, the same food chain that we are at the top of, then what might this mean for us on a chemical level as well? In reality, there's very little science to help us connect the bottom of this food chain with the top. As human beings, we're exposed to so many different chemicals and variables in our lifetime. But what I decided to do was just to skip to the end of the chain, to the human at the top, and test my own body for the chemicals that we were finding in the ocean, in the plastic, and in the fish. And so working with the United Nations, we chose 35 chemicals that they've banned because they're toxic to humans. And of those 35 chemicals, we found 29 in my blood. Now this shocked me. I think often when we're hearing about these environmental problems on the news, it's usually something that's happening far away, that's impacting someone else in the future. To learn that I actually already, I'm afraid we all have a chemical footprint, something that we will never get rid of, is alarming for what is to come. And I think at the moment, it's not, sort of scarily high numbers, but it is a scary indicator of the direction that things are heading. And it was this test for me that sparked a whole new project called Expedition, a series of all-women sailing voyages around the world to study plastic pollution and these toxic chemicals. Because the more I learned about the chemicals in my body, I discovered that actually how much they impact female health as endocrine disruptors. They mimic hormones that are really important during pregnancy, and we can also pass these chemicals on to our children when they're in the womb and when we breastfeed. And so I thought, why not tackle this female-centered issue with a team of women? And that was just over 10 years ago that we started this. So what I want to do today is just take you on a quick journey across the North Pacific on one of these Expedition voyages, setting sail from Hawaii through the Great Pacific Garbage Patch towards Vancouver and right through the heart of that gyre. So here we are in Hawaii, getting ready to set sail.
Today we're on the east coast of Oahu and we're looking at what plastic is washing in. Oahu, one of the Hawaiian islands, really sits on the edge of the North Pacific gyre that we're going to be sailing to next week. Plastic on this beach, it literally could have come from anywhere across the Pacific. America, Canada, Asia. A lot of it is single-use plastic, a lot of containers. Right here we've got a toothbrush. We've got a couple of pieces here which are interesting. You'll actually see along here that there are some teeth marks. Today's been brilliant because it's the first day that our Expedition North Pacific crew have all come together. The crew is made up from amazing women from all over the world. We have 6 different nationalities, but most importantly, a really diverse skill set. We have got journalists, artists, scientists, teachers, filmmakers, policymakers and product designers. So people who can both look at the challenge, share that message and also think about solving it. So here we are, having just pushed off the dock. We've got our documentary equipment on board, all of our science gear ready to go. And this picture reminds me of the sort of calm before the storm, because we were about to turn the corner around Oahu into the Pacific. And I mentioned there all the amazing women who we had on board, but I didn't mention anything about sailors. Now, we always have a few sailors on board to take care of everyone's safety and teach everyone what to do, but actually most of the people on board are not sailors. They've never been on the ocean and certainly never sailed across an ocean. And so, as you can imagine, the first few days as we turned that corner of Oahu and felt the full brunt of the trade winds rushing towards us that we had to sail straight into to get to the heart of the gyre, it was pretty challenging. Here's us 2 days in. In the last 48 hours, we've had wind, waves,
rocking and a rolling. The food has been delicious. Eaten a lot, slept a lot, and helmed a lot.
Very wavy conditions last night.
Gusts of up to 40 knots.
In a squall in the middle of the night.
Full moon and stars.
I've never been so afraid of drinking water. Not being sick, being sick.
More sick than expected. We're up in the wrong direction and got sick on my forehead. Challenges of trying to cook noodles at a 45-degree angle.
So trying to use the loo at a 45-degree angle.
I think I've seen a turtle. I managed to cook some lunch in my underwear. Singing Fleetwood Mac at the top of our lungs.
I really enjoy everyone here, and their company makes me kind of a release about that seasickness.
It's been wonderful.
And we're almost heading in the right direction for the gyre. So a challenging first few days, but as you can see, the girls dealt with it very well, with a lot of humour on board to get us through those challenging moments. But then on day 7, the sun came up and we could see again over the side of the boat, and the mood on board really changed. We've been sailing through the North Pacific Gyre for 7 days, and we can't believe what we've seen.
Plastic bottles,
toothbrushes, plastic bags,
buckets and barrels,
a lot of rope,
more pieces of rope,
nylon rope,
the constant stream of small bits of plastic,
a cigarette lighter,
fishing crates,
microplastics.
We saw one huge fishing net tied up together, seeing these beautiful dolphins, and then chunks of plastic next to them.
It's the sheer amount of pieces.
It's literally a plastic soup.
Large plastic lids for containers.
A washing basket.
Half a toilet seat.
We saw a chair with all 4 legs.
All these items once belonged to someone, and they definitely don't belong in the ocean. So the closest we do find to a sort of island out there is that big massive nets that you saw there in that video, and it's a bit like an iceberg. It's 10 times as big underwater than it is on the surface, and it tangles up lots of other bits of plastic within it as well. Far too big and heavy for us to get onto our sailing boat, so instead we attached a satellite tracker from NASA so that we could then actually learn more about the route of plastic into the gyre, but also a much bigger boat went out a few months later and picked it all up, along with lots of other pieces, and brought them back to land. And when they did, it was quite interesting because the biologists could really see what was going on. Because what we find is that algae obviously comes and grows all over this plastic at sea, and then fish come and feed on that algae, and then slightly bigger fish come and feed on the little fish, and then even bigger fish come and feed on the medium-sized fish. So it's actually quite common that we see sharks all congregating under these balls of nets, like a whole ecosystem. In fact, Anna there is on shark watch, looking under the water just while I'm attaching this tracker. I don't know what she was going to do if she just suddenly saw one lurking down there. But it's interesting to see how this whole ecosystem develops, a bit like it would on a coral reef. The difference here, though, is that this then moves thousands of miles across an ocean to a place that none of those species belong. And so the more that we seem to understand about the plastic issue, that potential cause of invasive species somewhere else, you know, there just seems to be no end of problems that this plastic presents. But I touched on it earlier. The biggest problem is actually the smallest pieces. This is the science we do on microplastics. We're in the very middle of the North Pacific Gyre, and when we look out at sea, it looks like a beautiful blue ocean. It's only when we put this trawl through the water with a very fine mesh net do we realise that actually most of what we're looking at right now is covered in these tiny fragments. We deploy the trawl for 30 minutes at a time, and we're taking a tiny slice, just this wide, for a mile, which just makes you wonder really how many are out here in this vast ocean. The samples we're collecting on board are going to be used for a number of things. Some will go back to Hawaii Pacific University to be analysed for the toxic chemicals that are adhering to the surface of the plastic. The rest of the samples are being analysed right here on board Sea Dragon. We're looking at pellet, fragments, film, line and foam. Once we work out what these plastics are, we can better understand where they're coming from and how to stop them getting into the ocean.
So we now know that there are 171 trillion pieces of plastic in our ocean. And actually that is an estimate really for what's floating on the surface. What we don't know is how many bits have sunk to the depths in a place so deep that we can't even measure what's going on down there, let alone think about how we then clean that up. And all of this really points us in one direction. The idea of going out and cleaning up plastic from the ocean, it just seems like the most impossible challenge. These tiny fragments of plastic, they're the same size as the organic matter, the zooplankton, all of the critical animals and plants that really make up the ocean ecosystem, which supports our whole planet's ecosystem. Trying to strip out the plastic without harming them just seems like it's not possible. And so we have an opportunity right now, rather than focusing on cleanup, is actually just focusing on prevention. Is stopping any more plastic getting into the ocean in the first place, which means working right here on land at the source to turn off that tap. Now, when we're on our expeditions, we do a lot of scientific work, and most of the scientific work is actually, you know, we've already mapped kind of how big the problem is. We could carry on mapping that forever because it keeps growing. But now we're really focusing on trying to identify the sources. If we can work out where this plastic is coming from, then we're going to have a much better chance at intervening and at finding solutions. And so we do quite a holistic, take a very holistic view on the science. So we do lots of work on land as well, particularly immediately around the ocean, to find out what's leaking, what's kind of getting in. We look in the air because it's astounding, but there's actually a lot of tiny fragments of plastic that have become air pollution. Most of our upholstery, 60% of our clothing, our curtains, our car interiors, you know, they are all made from plastic, mostly from polyester. And so every time there's any abrasion, little bits go up into the air. We know they're finding their way both through eating and drinking, you know, when they settle on our food, but also through breathing, it's getting into us. So there's a really important area of work that's really looking at what's going on in the air. And then we, of course, do the ocean surface sampling, which I just showed in the videos. We do subsurface, looking in that water column, what's actually suspended and making its way down. And then the sediment, where we can reach it, of course, because the vast amounts of ocean that we, without a submarine, can't get anywhere close. And then we kind of fit all of this together like a jigsaw and try and make sense of it, along with the ocean currents, to try and work out where things have come from. Now, sometimes you see a bit of plastic pollution, and the source of it is obvious. We can all guess as to which factory and perhaps which route this plastic pollution came from. And sometimes it is literally written on the side of the bottle or whatever it is that we're looking at. But most of the time, it's anonymous. It's these tiny fragments, and there's no DNA, there's nothing stamped on them, there's no real way of telling where they've come from. So we have to pick up on clues. The main one that we use is an FTIR machine that can tell us the polymer type of each fragment of plastic. So every single fragment that we bring up over the side of the boat gets put on this machine and gives us a reading. And when we get those results back, we get this long list of polymers. And it's quite interesting because we can look at the different voyages and the different locations and see, firstly, discrepancies. So this one here, leg 3, was actually around the island of Antigua in the Caribbean. And instead of finding the usual polyethylene, polypropylene, we found acrylic, we found resin, we found a lot of materials that are used in boat building. And there are a lot of boatyards and a big marine industry around Antigua. So just from doing the sampling, it helped us kind of quite easily then. In fact, that purple one is paint fragments, which we often find around boatyards. We were able to then, open up this conversation there with the government, with the businesses, and quite quickly pinpoint where a really good chunk of that plastic pollution in the ocean was coming from. There's the Antigua. But I think mostly what I realise when I see this long list of polymers, most that I've never heard of, is that it makes me realise that plastic pollution isn't coming from just one source. There are hundreds of sources of plastic pollution, even in each sample. There's this whole laundry list of polymers. And each one of those sources represents a different solution. And it makes me realise that actually there's no silver bullet to tackling the plastic issue. And that the good news is there are hundreds of solutions. And actually, a lot of them already exist. And we need to solve this problem from every angle. We need industry doing its bit, looking at new, different ways that we can do green chemistry. We need to think about different policies that can help solve the plastic issue. We need to think about reuse, the systems that it goes into. The list goes on and on and on of the number of ways that we can tackle the issue. During the pandemic, when we couldn't be sailing around the world, we actually put together an online portal to showcase these hundreds of solutions. Because one of the biggest bits of feedback that I get from people is, well, if there's hundreds of solutions, then where on earth do I start? It feels overwhelming. A lot of people just want to be told, just do this one thing and you've got it sorted. And unfortunately, the message isn't quite as simple. You've got to find the solution that's right for you. You've got to find the solution that's right for whatever it is that you're trying to do at that moment. Are you trying to wash your hair without using plastic? Well, you might use a glass bottle, or you might use a soap bar that doesn't have any packaging at all. There's a few different ways that you can cut it, but those solutions are very different than if you were trying to package a packet of crisps, or if you were trying to do something in construction. We need a different solution depending on whatever action we are trying to do. So I often challenge people to, rather than just say, what can I replace this plastic shampoo bottle with as a material, think, actually, what action am I trying to do? And how can I do that without plastic? And it often opens us up to many, many other ways of solving the problem. And often we find solutions that are closer to the source, because ultimately we are trying to drive the change to the top of this chart. There's a lot of work of doing cleanup, of actually just trying to minimize the damage that we've already created. There's a lot going on in downcycling, otherwise known as recycling. I call it downcycling because we're often taking something like a PET bottle and we're turning it into a drain pipe or a carpet, but eventually it won't be able to be recycled again. Really, we need to move up into a circular economy where a bottle can actually be returned to a bottle if we're going to close that loop. And better still, just avoiding using the plastic, because we've got other ways that we can do things. So we're always looking to drive that change as close as we can to the top. And work from every angle. When I see these little bits of plastic on the beach or in the ocean, it makes me realise that it's billions of micro actions that has created this problem. Each bottle top, each little toothbrush pick, it literally used to be in someone's bathroom. It doesn't get much more personal than something like a toothbrush. And it's also billions of micro actions that's the solution here as well. It's just one little change we need to make en masse that's going to solve the issue. So when all of those girls got to the boat in Vancouver, I put this question to them of, what's your superpower? What skill do you have that you're going to use to solve the plastic issue? And this is what they told me.
We've got an amazing team of women on board from all around the world, but most importantly, different skills to approach this plastics problem from every angle.
My superpower is visually communicating, telling the stories about the people and businesses that are leading the charge in the fight against marine plastic pollution.
I'm working with a company that is providing one of the best solutions to make sure plastic bottles are given a value so they can stay in the loop.
I'm a sea turtle biologist and researcher.
I'm an educator, and I plan to start talking to kids about what we have seen.
When I get back to Slovenia, I'm gonna share this experience.
I'm a marine scientist, but I'm also really passionate about communicating science in popular culture through the arts.
I'm an educator, and I see the value in education as acting as the bridge between the scientific research and knowledge and people and the actions that they can take.
It's been an incredible voyage. I'm really looking forward to what happens next when we go back home to affect change in whatever sphere of influence that we all have available to us, so that we can tackle this ocean plastic problem.
So the question I have for you all today is, what's your superpower? Where does what you do at work, through your job, or even maybe at home, the household that you run, the school that your kids go to, the community you live in, where does your opportunity to create change intersect the issue that you care about, whether it's plastic pollution or something else? And we're always looking for that sweet spot, that intersection spot, because that is our biggest opportunity to do something that's going to have the biggest impact that we can have for the planet. And when I think back to that dreadful day in Tonga, but in the weeks after that and how the island responded, it really makes me think of three things that we need to tackle these big global problems. And one is the diversity of solutions. We really do need everyone. We need innovators, we need chemists, we need storytellers and communicators, we need teachers, we need product designers, policymakers. We need everyone to be tackling this issue from every angle. It really is the only way that we're going to solve it. It's no longer just up to philanthropists and government and scientists to tackle these problems. We all do need to find our role. And that's what struck me that day in Tonga, how everyone had a different job to play that they all took on and they got done. And then the second thing it makes me think of is also the importance of transboundary action. These are global problems and they need global solutions. On that little island in Tonga, something we were talking about earlier, the little island, the little boat, it almost feels like your planet zooming around in space, where you have to think really carefully about your resource, particularly on board. You know, you've only got so much food to get you to the other side. You've only got so much loo paper to get you to the other end. You've got to manage that resource carefully. And also, everything's a lot easier if you all get on and work together as a team. The same on that island. The reason that that community was so resilient is because of their connectivity. They were connected to one another. They knew whose job was what, and they got themselves organised really, really quickly. But they were also connected to their, what we would call, supply chain. They knew where their resources came from. They knew where their waste went. They were connected to the planet. And those two factors made them resilient. Obviously, when we're trying to solve these problems at a global scale, it's not as easy. But that cross-border collaboration is really, I think, critical to how we tackle it. And then finally, the third thing, being prepared to adapt, to shift our sails as if our lives depend on it. Because really, at the end of the day, our lives do depend on the actions that we take in the next 20 years. And I really feel that we don't need everyone to do everything, but we do need everyone to do something. It's time to find our role, and it's time to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily.
No problem.
Do I drink this now?
Yeah,
Okay.
that in one.
That was brilliant. Thank you ever so much. What an amazing life. Any regrets about leaving architecture? Sorry, yeah, I had to throw that one.
So you know what? I actually feel like I'm still an architect.
Okay.
I think what I really liked about architecture, and maybe this is not representative of the job, but the experience I had doing my part one, is that you are kind of in the middle synthesizing lots of things. You know, you're thinking, okay, who's using my building? What's the environmental factors of the site? What's the context of the site? You know, there's all those things going on, and you've got to kind of synthesize them all together and create a solution. And at the moment, the role I have, you know, I make these voyages happen, I bring in the science, all of the key players, the funding, communicate it all, and I still feel a bit like the architect in the middle.
Designing it and populating it and having the people.
I think architecture would have been a good career for me because of that, but life took me on another course.
Sure.
I think it probably took me about 6 years to realise that I wasn't going to go back. I had one gap year, then another gap year, and by 6 gap years, I think I realised it was a different career.
Okay. Any questions from the audience first? I've got a couple that I'm waiting to ask. Questions? We're at the gentleman at the back.
Thanks, Emily. David Wise, Space Architects. That was absolutely brilliant, so inspirational. My question is, how do you take something that's a problem and a passion to try and understand and drive change in that area and mobilise the funding, and where does your funding come from to actually live your passion?
Great question. How to make it all happen. And I think, you know, to point out as well, I've just told almost my whole story in, you know, 35 minutes, and that took 16 years or something, you know, so it sounded seamless, but it really wasn't. It's definitely a hard journey putting these projects together, and in a way I think I was quite lucky that I started doing this straight out of university when I had literally no responsibilities, no bills, nothing, you know, much easier than kind of stepping out later on in life. So I was able to kind of use 100% of my time for whatever I needed to do, as long as I had somewhere to sleep, which was often in a hammock on a beach, and something to eat, which was often fish caught from the sea. You know, I was then able to spend all my time doing my passion, and that allowed me to develop something to get it to the level where I could then get funding and things. So I'm not saying that's not a very helpful answer for everyone else, but it's the way it kind of organically evolved for me. I think the main thing, you know, obviously you need something that adds, whatever your project is, it needs to kind of add enough value, you know, not just be something you're doing for you, but something that you're doing for the planet. There's that great Venn diagram, I don't know if anyone's seen, it's got 4 intersecting circles, and it says what I'm good at, what I love, what the world needs, being the key one, what is it actually useful, and then am I going to get paid for it? And it's a great kind of model to sort of look at, and you're looking for that sweet spot in the middle. So I think you've got to make sure it's, you know, what does the world need? And if you can kind of start there, but then intersect with them, what am I really good at and what do I love, then that's important. And then I think you're more likely to succeed, because then finding someone who's able to fund it, it approaches it in a very different way. You know, you're basically saying, I'm looking to help doing this, rather than, can you help me by giving me money to do my thing? Framing it that way. And then with funding, there's so many different ways to do it, depending on what project you're doing. For us, it was always a split between, always has been a split between people coming on board. They all pay an amount of money that usually they fundraise, and that covers about half the budget, and then the rest comes from sponsors who are looking for marketing, advertising, goodwill, the media, the press, the profile, getting their name on the side of the boat, those sorts of things. That's the way it's kind of worked for us. Having the 2 different sources is quite handy, because then everyone feels like they're winning, because they're all getting more than they're kind of paying for, and the planet's getting something too.
One quick more question from me, and then we'll take one more.
Yeah.
We know that the same industry that have given us climate crisis are the same industry that's given us ocean plastic.
Yeah.
What's your take on them as a bunch of people? Should we hold them responsible? Have they got to pay their bill at some point or other? It feels like that they've just run away and they're not in the room. And
I think the main thing is it needs to change.
Yeah.
so finding out the best course to get that to change is the challenge. I'm always one to want to sort of work from the inside rather than the outside.
Okay.
Whether that's going to work in this case, but I also think, you know, trying to just, you know, lobby from the outside can just be a really, really slow process, and we haven't got time. And so trying to change from the inside, I mean, don't know, after yesterday, I don't know where, where I'm standing right now on my hope for things to change. But yes, it needs to happen, but it also comes down to, you know, I kind of touched on it there, you know, I was talking about billions of micro actions. And although we feel like there's one industry, quite rightly, that's at the root of this, it's also the aggregated billions of micro actions every day by 8-point-something billion people on this planet that's accumulating to that. So I'd also would say we do have power.
Yeah. The power, what power do we have?
Exactly.
So there's 8.2 billion, and so if we all do one thing, that's
if we
8.2
do
billion
one micro action every day, that is a lot of change.
I'm sure there
just
must
like
be a QS in the room, quantity surveyor, who can give us a figure
Yeah.
as a response as to how many that is. Okay, any more questions from the audience? Must have some other ones. Yes, sir, gentleman in the middle there. Thank you, Emily. That was a great answer. Thank you.
Hi there, Mark Wolverson from Waits. Fantastic talk. Thank you. I leant forward the whole time. I suppose my question is, if you got a phone call from Donald Trump tomorrow and he said, what would be your one thing I should change, what do you think you'd say? Emotions, maybe.
In relation to... Oh, one thing. I mean, this is a tough one. What's that, sorry? Yeah, come and see it for yourself. I mean, it's everything. It's his whole outlook and mindset. I think, sorry.
No, that's great.
I'm struggling with this one. I think a lot of it does come down to mindset. I'm trying to think of something that's like, what's the very, very top? Yes, you could say one thing, you know, which we all know, you know, what those actions might be around green energy and reducing our dependency on oil and reducing, you know, but actually, if we can unlock mindset, if we can have a value shift, then all of that kind of trickles down. So if I had a magic wand, perhaps, with all global leaders, let's say, not naming names, it would be to have a shift in values to prioritize people and planet over profit. And if we could get that shift, then I think everything else will all actually suddenly seem quite easy.
Okay. Next question. Back there.
In fact, I saw a Instagram meme that popped up after yesterday saying that actually I don't want a president at all. I want a group of indigenous grandmothers running the world. So maybe that's what I mean. It's the shift in, and that's all you need. If you have a shift, then everything else follows.
Hi, it's Ian Johnson of Space Architects. With the amount of plastics that is in the oceans, at what point do we need to start clearing that up? And equally then, how and who is the responsibility going to be given, bearing in mind it is a global issue?
Absolutely, and international waters. As soon as you get outside 200 miles, you're in no man's land. There are organisations out there cleaning up at the moment. They're doing large scale, like the big nets that I showed in one of those videos there, going out in boats and kind of hoovering up as much as they can that's on the surface. And that's great because all of that stuff will eventually break down into microplastic. So, you know, getting it out before it becomes microplastic is going to be a win. And then there's other organisations that are really working on land right at the water's edge, which is also a really good place to start because that's where it's coming from. So you can obviously get a lot higher quantity of waste for the cost of doing it. So there's lots of booms that sit across rivers, clever ways like that to collect it before it fully escapes. In terms of how much the ocean can take, my kind of thinking is that our ocean is actually incredibly resilient. We did a project where we sailed to some very remote islands called the Phoenix Islands in the middle of the Pacific, not far from where I jumped in and saw the toothbrush, you know, literally in the middle of nowhere. And these were islands that 7 years earlier had had a severe coral bleaching episode from an El Nino. And the reefs were completely dead, and there was a study done at that time. We went back 7 years later with a team of scientists. You wouldn't have known that anything had ever happened to those reefs. Fully abundant, every part of the chain was there, whole ecosystem thriving. Other places, that recovery hasn't happened. The difference with there in the Phoenix Islands, it was so far away from people that there was just no pressure from any human. There was no pollution going in, and there were no fish coming out. And I think the key in answering your question is just about taking the pressure off. If we literally can stop, take that pressure off, we know the ocean can recover. It's shown us time and time again. But we do need to take it off. In terms of how much it can take before it can't recover, I don't think anyone knows. But I definitely don't think we're anywhere close to losing the hope on that. But we do need to act fast on stopping it.
Lovely, thank you. One more over here.
My question was a bit similar to yours over there, really, was if you could advise people to create one positive habit in their day-to-day lifestyle, what would it be that will positively impact the microplastics issue? So whether it be buy a bamboo toothbrush or something like that.
Yeah, it's really about single-use plastic is the main thing. Any plastic that's in your life for half a day or less, I mean, you know, start with what's in your life for 10 minutes and then kind of work up. But it is all about single-use plastic. That's the plastic that has no value at all, is really wasteful, doesn't make any sense for us using, and it's also the bits that are easiest for us to live without. You'll often find it in your kitchen and in your bathroom. And the easiest way to know what your one biggest action is just to look in your bin. What do you have the most of at home? Is it water bottles? Is it coffee cups? Is it, you know, there's all sorts of things. And it is a little bit different for everyone. But yeah, in your bin, single-use plastic, the answer will be inside.
Lovely. And one more very quick one. No. Oh, up the back there. Thank you.
At the beginning of your journey, you had decided to, instead of flying to Australia, make it there without taking a plane. Do you continue to do that? Is something that you notice more and more people starting to follow suit, not wanting to get on planes? I spoke actually to John last night, and we were talking about how having a global perspective, being able to see these things firsthand, has such an immense impact on some people, and flying can help make that possible. So ultimately, where do you stand on using planes?
I think it's a really difficult one. I did spend 3.5 years without taking a plane, and in that time, covered the whole world, back and forth, kind of a few times, and it was incredible. And I also say it'd just be much preferable, you know, to travel that way. I think what I love about slow travel is that you get to experience the transitions, the subtle change in climate and culture and landscape and people and architecture, and you see it all, and that's what I loved. I actually went to study for my architecture dissertation some housing in China, in Shanghai, while I was at university, and I did that trip without taking a plane, partly because I was conscious about my carbon footprint. But what I took away from it actually was how important the journey was of crossing through Europe and Russia and Mongolia and into China for the experience that I had at the other end. And that's partly the reason I wanted to do that, to go to Australia as well. And kind of continued that way of travel. So it's a really nice way to travel. Your brain actually has a chance to process things when you travel at a human speed. You don't get jet lagged either, which is quite nice. Having said that, in recent years, you know, I have had a really international career and life, and I've spoken all over the planet, and I've ran all these expeditions all over the planet, and of course, had to take planes in that process. And it is, I think, very much, there's no perfect answer, but it's something we have to be conscious of, and we have to just be really sure when we get on a plane that we think that the upside is better than the downside. Ultimately, it would be really nice to have a greener way to travel. That doesn't rely just on planes using fossil fuels. So hopefully that will come. But I fully agree that we need to connect. I talked at the end there about transboundary action, understanding other cultures, being able to collaborate on a global scale. There's no way we're going to solve these problems without doing that, which inevitably needs some travel. So a balance.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. We all give Emily another round of applause. Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you. So last talk, but by no means least, before the afternoon break, Sophie Simpson's going to join us now. Sophie is Associate Director and Sustainability Engineer at Cundall, Chartered Engineer, and using tools such as dynamic thermal modelling, assessment frameworks such as BREEAM and WELL to try and promote low energy and low carbon building design. So please welcome Sophie Simpson.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Just to clarify that, I'm standing in today for my colleague, Dr. Ollie Jones, who is our kind of Newcastle sustainability lead, but he wasn't able to make it today, so I'll try to do his presentation justice, but I'll have to thank him in particular to get the opportunity to follow a fantastic presentation, so thank you, Emily. So if I get started, then basically I'm a sustainability engineer at Cundall. So we're a multidisciplinary engineering consultancy, if you're not familiar with us, established in Newcastle in 1976, 26 offices globally, and over 1,000 staff. But this is just giving you an overview of our office locations, and just to kind of give you a bit of a context, what's really nice about the company is we have that kind of global reach, that global connection to learn from each other, but we still have that local connection with our offices for each of us. And we do the traditional kind of engineering services, so building services, structure, civils and sustainability, but this just kind of alludes to all the additional kind of specialisms that we cover as well. So to get to the point, why are we here today? Then basically talking about understanding smart cities, taking stock of where we are, trying to reflect on the way our cities are managed and governed, and also looking at how we can propose a new direction underpinned by data focused on long-term planning of resilient societies, investment and measurable action. So to give a bit of context, and kind of key questions that we're kind of drilled down into is how are we looking at social value as part of our sustainability agenda? Have smart cities failed? Or is the question perhaps actually have we failed smart cities? And if we start looking into this, what pathway are we on and what is the cost of the decisions that we are making? So in terms of how we're seeing the social value be embedded within the sustainability agenda, then the World Green Building Council published the social impact across the built environment document last year. And what that aimed to do is kind of demonstrate this alignment with the REBA process, for example, and help find a way to embed social value that would kind of deliver on lasting legacies. And so understanding how do we get those commitments at the planning stage? How do we embed that contribution throughout the construction process? And again, how are we seeing the benefits of social value during the management and use of those assets? So as I say, and it aligns with that REBA framework, and it's also using this terminology of scopes, which if you're familiar with the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, gives you a bit of familiarity in the terminology. So again, just really digging right into this point about this lasting legacy, understanding that building and construction life cycle, so feeding into all stages of that process. But ultimately, what we need to understand is how are we tracking social value at this point? And there's a range of frameworks that we are using to kind of try, monitor and kind of collate these metrics. So we have the UN Sustainable Design Goals, which have 141 indicators linked to social value. Then we've got other frameworks such as U4SSC, which is much more technology orientated, or Catapult with that government links. And so you can see that the number of metrics are quite vast. And so what we need to start trying to do is understanding how do we start to get a sense of calm and order from what can be quite a chaotic process. So what this represents is the IMD Smart City Index. So it represents a kind of review of technological, economic indicators and kind of human dimension factors for up to 174 cities around the world. And so if we take the metrics for Newcastle, we can see that we've got quite a lot of information or insight as a starting point to understand where Newcastle is. So it's ranked 77th, as you can see from the image on the left side, or my left, your right. And so what that does is, Newcastle's the only one in the kind of northeast region, but it gives us that regional benchmark. It allows us to kind of assess where are we at, how can we start to kind of identify areas to improve. But that, again, that's where we've kind of talked about the social value elements. We need to be understanding how are these social values kind of integrating or being affected by the climate factors that we're kind of seeing come into play. So here, what we've got are the UKCP 18 data for Liverpool and Manchester, and this is for the RCP 8.5 scenario, looking at 2050. The scale's given us an indication of the maximum air temperature that we can expect to see as part of this probabilistic profile. So what this is telling us is that we're basically, even from that 10th percentile, so high probability that we have this temperatures that we're experiencing between 30 to 35 degrees on the current trajectory that we're operating on. And then again, if we look at this 90th percentile, then we're kind of starting to see that we're going above that, going into this 35 to 40 degree. So to give you a bit of context, like what does that really mean to us? What are we experiencing? This is NOAA, so in simplistic terms, the US version of the Met Office, and they've developed this heat index. And what this allows us to do is understand this is the air temperature that we're measuring. And as a building physicist, we look at overheating. We're trying to understand, and we recognise it's not just an air temperature measurement. We're looking at all these other different elements to understand how you are perceiving that level of comfort. So if we take relative humidity, for example, your ability to have your own cooling system to allow you to handle that heat. If we're looking at an average relative humidity of 70%, what is at an air temperature of about 33 degrees, 34, 35, then we're starting to see that with that relative humidity, that's feeling more like 40 degrees, 48 degrees, 52 degrees. So that's distinct discomfort. And this classification at the bottom, it's just giving you an illusion of what the potential impacts of that are. So based on air temperature, we're kind of looking at that heat stroke, heat cramps, heat exhaustion. But going up into that next stage, it's that danger level. And again, if we kind of note the Fahrenheit, that's 103 to 124. Again, that's noting that kind of prolonged exposure and the risk associated with that. And the reason I highlight that Fahrenheit value is this is the kind of headline from America's hottest city, which is that 122, so right in that danger zone is what they're experiencing already. So for us, for those Liverpool and Manchester examples, the equivalent of what that would be is what we're currently seeing in an Australian summer, but in Liverpool and Manchester, or Kuwait, or Phoenix in the USA, and so on. So that's just giving you a bit of a sense of what we can expect based on the trajectory that we're going on. And what we know is that data is fundamental to kind of what we understand behind this, and that will give us insight about where we need to invest our efforts. So this is an example of the kind of result of the summer 2022 heat wave that was experienced in the UK and the one that we saw in Japan in the same year. Both experienced peak temperatures going above 40 degrees Celsius. The difference between these two, when we look at the UK, 3,200 excess deaths noted in during that heat period. If we look at Japan, 0 deaths. And even from that image alone, I appreciate this is just basically the Met Office weather warning map. But in Japan, you can see they've got that infrastructure already in place. They've invested in that. That gives them that advantage. But further to that, they've got hospitalisation numbers. We can't even report on that because we don't have that data. We're not pulling that out. We're not getting that comprehensive understanding at this point to inform how we go forward from here. And again, even compared to our European counterparts, they understand what they're doing with heat. They have these tree-lined avenues. They're getting the benefits of that shade. They're getting the benefits of mitigating that urban heat island effect and so on. And we just don't have that infrastructure in the UK. So we're already behind. And I think the other element to recognise as well is that when we are designing our buildings, if we look at our whole life carbon calculations, we're looking at a building based on a 60-year lifespan. So what that means is 60 years from now, we're getting into the 2080s. If we think about flooding, this is a table just highlighting the precipitation rate anomaly. So as we go into the 2030s, 2050s, we're seeing a very low kind of likelihood of that precipitation increasing. But once we get to the 2070s, there's almost a 20% increase in that value. And in the summer, that's where we're kind of seeing the opposite effect, the negative values. So we're seeing much drier summers, and again, almost getting to a 20% deterioration in the drought levels that we're experiencing in 2070s. So the decisions that we are making now are going to be subject to the effects of these climate conditions in the future. So we have to be taking the action now and making the right decisions, making the right plans at this time. And again, we've already touched on the situation in Valencia. What we need to be understanding is the likelihood of this. These are now distinct possibilities, and we're seeing this getting closer and closer to home. In Praia Porta, they had 62 death toll. And when you look at the impact of climate change for that area, the extreme rainfall, the impact of climate change has contributed to a 12% increase in that extreme rainfall and double the likelihood of it occurring. But the mayor of that area was still saying they're a rare occurrence, people are not afraid. And then we've seen the catastrophic effects that have come out of this. So we have to be understanding what is our strategy to deal with these situations. So the next one as well, what is the cost going associated with this? So this is a graph just to outline world GDP and the difference from the baseline based on the transitions that we propose. So if we commit to that 1.5 degree baseline global warming limit, that net zero transformation, so complete transformation, we can kind of see that there is that upfront cost. So there is going to be a cost across all of them regardless, but we then start to see those long-term benefits where we start to get a return on the value. In contrast, if we look at the climate catastrophe scenario, if we do not take action, even though it's less costly to the GDP to start with, we start to see that transition from about 2035 onwards. And at that point, it becomes more costly. And that's because of the cost of the damage, the kind of risk of death, the loss of productivity, insurance. We're already seeing insurance causing massive issues in America on the back of the forest fires. So if we don't do anything, basically our world economy stops functioning. And just to kind of give a bit of kind of context for that, if our world economy is approximately $100 trillion, 1% either way is $1 trillion. 100 trillion to 1 trillion. And our bad recession, we're only looking at a few percent, but we're going way beyond that with that catastrophic scenario. The Great Depression was 15%, and we're way, way beyond that. So we have to be taking action. It's for the benefit of everybody. So again, it's understanding social, climate, how are we fitting all of these items together? And at the end of the day, what we're seeing in Newcastle, for example, we're seeing the health metrics improving, but they're still on average worse than the rest of the UK. And that is always affected by our environment. So whether it's obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular, respiratory, that's all attributed to factors in the environment, whether it's air quality, access to green space, what healthy food sources you've got available to you. So everything about our environment, our society influences our health, influences kind of what we need to be thinking about going forward. So what can we do? Transparent data-led strategic value-based decision making. That's kind of a key bit that we're trying to promote. The longevity of the planning, and I think we've kind of touched on this a lot. It's not just about the current government. We need to be thinking much more long-term. We need to be thinking, what do we do beyond the government cycles? How are we looking at the next 80 years, 100 years almost? And we need to reflect on the ways that our cities are managed and governed on that basis. A collaborative approach, a united approach that everybody gets agreement on, from government but local level, with the businesses taking part and the communities feeding into that process. So we need to propose a new direction underpinned by data focused on long-term planning of resilient societies, investment, measurable action. So this is just trying to summarise that up. We have a wealth of data on the social demographics. It's all there, we're just not using it. We've got information about our climate projections that we can pull out and we can map those, and from that we can start doing this hazard mapping and understanding what are the risks, where are those risks, how do they overlap. The other element we need is time, and again, time to understand process, but time in terms of how are we taking this long-term strategy and how are we progressing along that long-term strategy. And that's what gets us to that sustainable development plan. And part of this is understanding that risk management strategy. What are those hazards? What is our risk of exposure to those hazards? And what is the vulnerability? So for example, a lightning strike basically took out a substation in 2019. The cost of that, it was rectified pretty quickly, but it contributed to millions of people losing power for 2 days. So the cost of that worked out as £15 million. And it's the knock-on effects that come from that, and those are ones that can be anticipated. So how are we providing the backup for those kind of situations? That was a low probability but high impact event. But we're seeing that as well as high probability, low impact event that are still resulting in those power outages. There's 70,000 that were identified between 2010 and 2019. So they're not a rare occasion. We can be exposed to these. So what are our natural drivers, natural hazards? What are the impacts of geography, meteorology, climate change? But also, what are those human drivers that we need to understand? Social equity, geopolitical, demographic shifts, and what are those policies? And together, pulling that all together to develop this risk management strategy. And this one, I know there's kind of a lot of a dump on the screen, so I'll try to give it a bit of context. But essentially, this is the UK government value tool. And we sat on the working group to kind of help develop this. And this has identified 17 sub-themes orientated around natural, social, human, produced categories. And this presents essentially an opportunity to undertake workshops with those key decision makers. And the purpose is not to say this is a priority, this item is more important than any of the others, but it's to reflect on the scenario that's being assessed. It's understanding with those key decision makers, undertaking that value toolkit, identifying what is important. And I think, Emily, you alluded, it's about the values as well. It's not just about goals, it's about understanding what the inherent values are so that we have a system orientated around that rather than goals, which you're constantly driving towards. And once you have this, you can start to identify your strategic drivers. And from there, you start to develop this structured approach to developing your plan, and you identify your prioritisation, and that gets you those steps along the route to help develop the plan. And then, for example, in an exercise on this done with the police, what they identified that they hadn't fully appreciated how important air quality was to them. And so once they reflected on that, it makes sense when you look back on it, but it's not the one that sprung to mind when you first have that conversation. But air quality, because you've got a lot of people moving through those buildings, that has a massive impact on the kind of comfort that's experienced and, again, the resultant behaviour. So it was a critical element, and it just takes that reflection piece to really dig down and understand that. So what we're doing is data collection, integration and analysis, which starts with that data collection and analysis first and foremost. So what is our current position? How are we forecasting kind of these projects and saying what is the policy that's influencing this, and what is the gap analysis? What do we not know, and how do we get there? From there, that review and direction piece is basically allowing you to undertake that benchmarking exercise, but also start to do that data repair. Where can we make these improvements, and start to draft that vision so that you then go on to the workshops and establish that vision and start to develop your framework and your roadmap. And from there, you get the guidance and implementation. You start to develop those operational policies, which are all coherent, all aligned, and all with delivering on those priorities that have been identified. We've got a number of projects. So, for example, in Oman, we've got a number where we've been doing this process. And one of the really interesting ones there is they had this mountain range that you can then see how that's contributing to the flood risk of those areas. And the reason that was really interesting for that project, they can then visualise how the emergency services can get to different areas. Where are they cut off? How do they then establish their emergency response on the back of that? So really understanding the risks that are presented to them. And as I say, the data is all out there. We're just not using it. So we have information on access to healthy getting my words mixed up. Access to healthy assets and hazards, that's really hard to say. Deprivation index, we've got dwelling age and price, priority places for food. We can start pulling together from all of these different sources and then some, and start to get a bit of an understanding of what are these factors that are kind of influencing what we need to be thinking about, and how does that link back to your priorities. And so here, this is quite a good example of where it's understood. So based on a 1 kilometre gridded set, information about the population counts, encompassing demographics, socioeconomic values, housing attributes, and all pulled that from the census data. And I'm not expecting you to interpret all of this just now, but one bit that's particularly interesting, if I can focus in on that, Whitley Bay, we can see it's all green there. So we're seeing upward, thriving, stable and affluent. But we have that one purple square in the centre of it. And if we flick to this next one, this is output area classification. That purple square equates to that blue splodge now, and that represents that one area that's got that semi and unskilled workforce. So what does that tell us about the success of that regeneration piece? That tells us that, is that perhaps a job that we've just not finished? Or do we know how we're going to deliver on that, what's coming, and do we focus our efforts on anyway? So again, it's really drilling down into the information, informing these long-term plans and making informed decisions, having the data behind it so there's complete transparency and getting everybody on board in the process. And again, this is just highlighting what we can still be pulling in from. So how's the information about access to healthy foods affecting our health metrics? What can we learn and understand from that? Our tree canopy coverage, then how is that feeding into the promotion of our biodiversity? How is that benefiting our urban heat island effect, reducing our flood risk? And solar potential, where can we optimise that most effectively, and what does that mean for that surrounding area? And so this is just for demonstrative purposes, but essentially taken kind of a range of kind of well-being, economical, quality of life, climate adaptation, where there is challenges. We kind of just try to understand how those all affect, rating it red, not so great, green, better. It's just given us that really good visual context of what those parameters, kind of how that's all feeding in together, how that's all influencing. And it just gives us a really simple mapping tool and a really visual presentation to identify risks and identify where we want to focus our efforts and priorities. And if we then progress that and say, right, let's look at the metro expansion example. How are we investing in our infrastructure? How does that fit? Are we serving the people that need that access, that mobility? Are we serving the areas that are we missing out on areas that are experiencing deprivation? And how do we connect people to those retail centres and so on? So just giving us that extra insight that we can feed back into. And again, it's just really promoting that action plan piece. So kind of who and what are we trying to help? And how do we generate that adaptive capacity through understanding that social context around the climate projections and around everything else, and around that investment effort? And how do we identify an economic trajectory? So the social purposeful investment, are we connecting social spaces to the right places? Are there other incentives that can be employed instead? And then again, where are we choosing to invest in soft engineering versus our hard infrastructure decisions? So bringing everybody together, getting that alliance, getting those long-term strategies, and making the informed decisions that are transparent to kind of help understand how we can move forward. Now, Ollie Jones is one that should have been doing the presentation today, so I'm sorry that you've got me as a result, but just to kind of promote that if you are interested in any of this, he will be presenting on the breakfast briefing, so that's an opportunity to catch him and he can go into it a lot more detail as well, so just to give him that opportunity to follow up.
Thanks, Sophie. Sophie's going to be back on a panel after the break. So if we go to the break now, we're 3 minutes early, but we'll go to the break now and be back in half an hour's time at 3:25. Thank you very much. Thank you. There you go. Lovely. So last session of the day, we've got one more presentation, and then we've got a panel discussion. So next up, we have Deborah O'Hanlon. That's Deborah over there. Deborah is Group Sustainability and Quality Manager at Henry Brothers, coming from Northern Ireland today. And she works alongside the long-standing sustainability and environmental ethos of the company, working closely with clients to support them deliver on their net zero requirements. And we were talking earlier, particularly NHS and education, interesting people working in that sector. You've done 2 major projects for net zero using Passive House. And as a contractor, this kind of role as a contractor to help lead clients through this process. But also, I just kind of also wanted to point out as well that they've recently had the prestigious accolade of the King's Award for Enterprise for Sustainable Development. So please welcome to the stage, Deborah O'Hanlon.
Afternoon, everyone. Last presentation of the day, big boots to fill. So, yes, thank you very much for my introduction. Deborah from Henry Brothers. I have been with the business now coming 9 years next July, straight off the back of doing a research project for my master's degree in sustainable development in Queen's in Belfast. So they must have liked what I'd done, so they invited me back. And I've been there ever since. So I guess we'll get into it. Henry Brothers, what's the stop tour? Essentially, by no means of introduction, we are a small family-run business and have been since the late 70s, where we started out doing local, obviously I wasn't part of it then, but we started out doing local contracting jobs in the local area, Magherafelt and Mid-Ulster. Successfully delivered those. We're probably right up into the mid-90s, we acquired a series of acquisitions through manufacturing and fabrication at our headquarters in Magherafelt. And it's actually interesting because we are now a business park essentially where we are at, and we have leased out an awful lot of our old existing factories, where one thing that sticks out is that we never actually got rid of our concrete manufacturing shed. We still have that certification, CE marking for that, kept I suppose dormant, because we're kind of coming full circle where the whole prefabrication off-site construction methods, modern methods of construction, lean construction are now starting to play a part in what we've been asked for clients to deliver in their projects. So we still have that shed and we're clinging on to that as to the time that we do need to use it. I suppose more recently we did use it for a large prison contract back in Northern Ireland where we, hundreds of floor and wall panels. We were just in our own head office, and we actually got in students to do a research project on that itself in terms of the benefits of off-site manufacturing versus pouring in situ concrete on the actual project itself, and the carbon savings around that. I suppose then come 2015, we then branched into the Midlands area, and we have a well-established team there as well. Which I suppose opened up more opportunities to working with different clients, notably the healthcare sector and the educational sectors, which is really, I suppose, paved the way and shaped what we've done or what we are currently doing and what we are currently pledging to do. But we've touched on it before, our sustainability and environmental ethos is long running. So much so that we've reported on our carbon data for the last 20 years publicly to an environmental charity in Northern Ireland called Business in the Community. I'm not so sure how active they are over here, but we've been one of the long-standing companies alongside other major Northern Ireland contractors where we have reported publicly on our carbon data. And I suppose we continue to build on that and build on that. And I suppose what we cemented back in those early days has really helped to bolster our net zero carbon strategy, which I will chat about. So basically, we started with our sustainable business strategy. Now this was coming into effect possibly early 2016. I joined mid-2016, so this is really looking at our environmental initiatives, best practice. So we really want to look at our fuel use, our biodiversity, waste, energy and water. So we looked at setting key resource KPIs for those across each of our individual projects and across the business as a whole. Again, that gave us a whole wealth of data to have and to report on and to give that to our clients and to transparently report on that as well. But also mainly for continual development, seeking out opportunities, how we can better what we're doing. I suppose one thing is that since we initiated this, and then it's kind of come full circle to 2020, 2021 with our net zero strategy, we reduced our carbon emissions by minus 34% from our baseline, I suppose, which is key to putting in place what we've done. We're ISO 14001 certified, so we are audited on an annual basis for that, and I suppose really helps to drive what we're currently doing and what we do throughout all of our sites, our regional offices, and of course our projects. So this is it. This is our journey to net zero 2050. This is our public pledge, which we have said that we will do as a business and for our projects, obviously reducing the operational carbon where we can, and of course the embodied carbon piece, which I'll touch on in later slides in the project. So yes, we've done quite a few bits to date, investing in an afforestation programme. So we have company-owned land and we have planted over 8,000 native trees and a small mix of non-native trees to give that bit of biodiversity element to it, a stronger ecosystem. And I suppose the thing I like most about that is that we've done it on local land, close to our headquarters, close to our business. So we're really reinvesting back into local communities, linking up with sustainable development goals, air quality, all the rest of that, a bit of environmental economics, intrinsic value to the people who are in the area and can take time to walk around it. So we're very, I suppose, keen on the whole afforestation piece. We're currently looking at another area of land local to ourselves, and we also have a 26-acre nature park in our headquarters as well, which I'll touch on later on the project. But I suppose that really shows how we're investing into our natural capital and how much that is an important piece to ourselves. We've exceeded our target for our company cars. So currently 86% of our fleet of our company cars is either hybrid or electric. So we have a few guys trying to get onto the fully electric piece, but they're not quite sold. So they've decided on the hybrid solution instead, but nonetheless, that's what we've pledged to do, so we're happy enough with that. So we have a carbon KPI in place for every year. We aim for a 65-ton reduction of carbon across our sites and our projects, operational carbon per year. And I suppose to date, since launching this in 2021, we have reduced a total of 130 tonnes per annum. So we like to think it's working well. So yes, how are we doing this? As I mentioned, we have our specific carbon reduction targets set in place. So we are looking to have our emissions by 2030 and to be a fully net zero operational company by 2050. So looking at reducing our operational impact, that's our biggest sphere of influence. So we have a lot of offices, we own a lot of offices, and of course on all of our sites as well. So current, I suppose, efficient initiatives that we're into is all of our heating in our headquarter offices are ran by HVO fuel. We've seen a drastic drop then from our Scope 1 emissions from using that fuel compared to just using ordinary diesel. Trialling the HVO on our sites from our plant, and also getting a piece done for our supply chain as well to encourage them to look at HVO rather than traditional diesel. All of our sites have a eco setup on site, so we all have our efficient heating and lighting systems. Within those that will all help to, if you aggregate it all, it'll all help to reduce the operational impact. As well as our leadership forums, which are really important. I sit on a couple back home. The Construction Employers Federation is a key piece. It's part of like the Construct Zero, at the CLC Council. So we've actually developed a good few reports off the back of that are specifically aimed at our supply chains, being a main contractor and having a big supply and value chain. You know, we mentor them, we have an ownership over them essentially, we have an onus on them to help them to reduce their carbon and to help them on their journey if they don't have a net zero or a carbon reduction plan say in place. Carbon literacy training, we were one of 4 main contractors in Northern Ireland who set this up in conjunction with Keep Scotland Beautiful and Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful to a lesser degree. So we finance this and we help shape it for the industry. So that's being drawn out and drafted out, not only across contracting businesses, but across other businesses in Northern Ireland as well. So I think typically per person who will undergo the training will have a 5 to 15% reduction in fuel carbon footprint from their own actions. I touched on the reduction on the reliance of fuel, so switch from diesel to HVO. There is conversations coming out around hydrogen. And I know it spoke about earlier that it works better in freight, and I think that is what people are reporting. So we're looking at that closely, and I suppose what we do as a business, we have a cautious optimism when it comes to new emerging things in the market. Well, we look at like, how will that work for us? You know, with the investment, is it going to give us the benefits that we need to be a net zero business? So we only have a couple now of lorries, to be fair, with the business, so there's definitely an opportunity to be using the hydrogen there. Transparent and reporting disclosures, as I said, we have publicly reported on our carbon data for the last 20 odd years, and in more recent times, in keeping with sustainability regulatory landscape, we do streamlined energy and carbon reporting, so we have a lot to be doing. I suppose, bringing it back to a project basis, what are we doing in-house to help our guys on sites across all of our projects, to be helping our supply chains on site as well. So we touched on our resource efficiency KPIs. So they're set for each of our sites. So what we do on a monthly basis is we audit our sites and ensure that they are reporting on their energy and their water use and their waste, because we all have targets to meet with that. And I suppose we've also touched on it as well. BREEAM assessments help to shift that as well and help to drive that, because depending on the type of build or how many credits within the BREEAM assessment that we're going for in terms of energy and efficiency, we have targets to meet there. So it's not only our in-house targets, it's also external targets that we need to meet as well. Our Site Sustainability Action Plan came off the back of our Net Zero Carbon Committee that we set up within the business. So that was, I really said that it needed to be within various departments within the business. So I was keen to get procurement on board, get commercial teams on board, get site management guys on board, you know, a holistic people that have each of their own responsibilities to help us as a business decrease our carbon output. And that piece also helps us with our streamlined energy and carbon. Whenever I report the data to our financial director on our fiscal year, I can line it up with our action plans as to how long we've been on grid electricity, how long we've been using a hybrid generator, a battery site setup, or if we've been using diesel. We have a hierarchy of need. Diesel is the bottom, so it's good to see that it's visible. So we like to see the results coming from sites, which is great. I touched on the task force forums that I'm part of. The minimum standards one is great. That's one we've produced and fed out to our supply chains, looking at about the pace of material availability within the market. As I say, BREEAM will drive it as well. Our clients drive that. We're always pressed for EPDs for our materials, responsible sourcing certificates, ISO 14001. Possibly in the latter years, probably in the last 3 to 5 years, not many people, not many suppliers have been able to give us this because they're not so sure what it means. But I did say, you know, that's a further question for our commercial teams, is that we need to be ensuring that we're choosing those suppliers that are able to give us those credentials for our materials, you know, because once we start to build our environmental embodied carbon calculator piece, that data is so crucial. And of course it only leans towards providing the client and the built environment with a more optimum and cleaner building. Plant monitoring reports, again, this came out the back of our Net Zero Carbon Committee. So Sunbelt Rentals, we would actually rent an awful lot of stuff in England and Scotland from Sunbelt. Most of their plant does come with tracking. However, our plant at home, we rent locally, also has track and monitoring reports. So we get that on a Monday morning on a weekly basis. So again, this gives insight into how effectively they're being used on site. If idling times are too high, we send out an alert to reduce that because it's just wasting carbon. You know, you're putting carbon out for no reason. So they've been really effective in reducing scope 1 or diesel use in that sense. And also for our hybrid site setup systems, we're able to see when the heating system is being used inefficiently as well. And again, closed loop, bring that back to site and reduce that. So it's about changing behaviour and making the site more aware. It's all very visible, it's fantastic, it's great. So it all helps fit into the bigger picture. And then monthly carbon reporting, as I touched on, that's a big thing. Our clients really want to see that and they like to see that. So we have a sustainability calculator in-house that we can produce live reports at any time for any one project. So essentially this is where we would like to be as an industry, moving away from our heavy oil, heavy machinery, grey area into our lovely bright and welcoming, environmentally cautious, sustainability new built environment. So we kind of brought all the good points from what we're currently seeing in the industry, what we're currently tendering for, to kind of give the overall picture of what it needs to be. And I suppose I'll talk on it later in the slide. We're actually building a brand new office in our current head office location, which is more or less adopting everything that we see here on the right-hand side of the screen. So yeah, this is basically a journey that we all would like to collectively get to as an industry. And I suppose that brings us nicely into our low zero carbon design projects, Net Zero and Passive House. So Staffordshire University was our first net zero carbon project for the business, and that came really quickly off the back of our net zero strategy launch. It was a first for us, exemplar project. So a really exciting challenge for us to be part of, and to demonstrate that we as a contractor have the right skills, in-house people to deliver such a project. So yes, the key thing was it was to be a net zero building. Now, it was an existing building, it was a brand new building. There was very, very little concrete used, only in the substructure. But again, whenever we built the operational and embodied carbon calculator, that's going to be offset. It's quite minimal in a way. So we worked very closely with our design teams, in-house design teams, but we were very conscious of ensuring we chose a very highly skilled supply chain to deliver the specific requirement for a building to be net zero. So this was Feldon Clegg Bradley Studios, along with CPW. So we produced the operational energy carbon calculator and an embodied energy carbon calculator. So what we can see from this is that it's quite technical, but it looks at the regulated energy use for electric, the regulated energy use for non-electric, and the anticipated unregulated energy use. So essentially, we're looking at all the possibilities that could be that would expel carbon and how best we needed to build the building to have that operational energy cut. And then looking at embodied carbon, this is, I suppose, what I was chatting about whenever I was talking about the minimum standards, all the different types of materials that we need to build a low embodied carbon project. Again, the off-site piece, the lean construction piece, modern methods of construction. We used very highly insulated SIPS panels that all came essentially flatbed on a lorry to site. So that was, I think I only needed 1 trip or 2 trips, so it was fantastic. We just had to assemble that on site and go. The windows, the Velfax system windows and everything like that, all off-site modular construction. The building itself is absolutely beautiful. The internal environment is absolutely beautiful. It's all wood. It's very, very, very calming. It's very influencing. It's very welcoming. And I suppose the key thing whenever you're considering a whole life cost of a building is that you're considering the end use. You know, who's it for? Now this was a nursery. It was for young kids, and it's the most beautiful environment for young kids to be a part of. So this was all kept in mind whenever we were putting this piece together to give the client the best net zero project that we could offer them. Of course, there was going to be some offset because there's PV. Or not, there's not PV, sorry. There's some elements that couldn't be driven down within the embodied carbon calculator, operational carbon calculator. So Staffordshire University, it's called the Forest Nursery School. So we decided to build a nursery, or to build a forest beside it. So that will mature in years to come, as will the project itself. Whenever it will enjoy the decentralisation from the grid. So some further net zero design features for the building itself. I touched on it: pre-manufactured glued frame, modular insulated SIPS panels, as well as the roof. The glued frame, which was FSC large cladding, again all low carbon. There were 2 air source heat pumps installed. They have a fantastic efficiency of 300% efficiency, so reducing the reliance on the grid, the energy load. Earth tube duct networks, all this great M&E stuff. 147 PV panels, which you'll see in the next slide. So obviously taking the key to being 89% energy was generated on site. And the Velfax windows that you can see, basically, if you think about the building orientation, that was incredibly important as well, because we wanted the building to essentially work with the sun, with the heat and everything like that. So it was optimised to benefit from solar gain, and an EPC rating of A. So yes, this gives a scale. You see the Velfax window systems and the PV panels on the building, on the roof. It's won a couple of awards, which is great. We're very proud of that. And we're proud that we can showcase that as a small contractor, that this is something that we can afford and give to our clients and offer to the built environment. So more recently, again, working with another educational institution who are more, I suppose, on board with the net zero sustainability piece, who aren't as cautious but want to make changes in terms of design, in terms of sustainability in design and efficiency in design. I think it was Catherine touched on, a built building is already a green building. So this is a different kind of phase. So this was an existing building in Loughborough University. So the challenge here was to essentially retrofit it to make it passive house. So similarly to Staffordshire University, it fed into their net zero for their estate. So they have aspirations and wants and needs to be a net zero estate as well. So by doing so, we're reducing their operational carbon and therefore reducing their carbon as an estate. So yeah, the existing building was what you would call best practice environmental. And by retrofitting it into a passive house building, it's beyond best practice. So we were delighted it achieved Passive House Certification Classic. So some features around that. So We use some innovative carbon reducing technologies and design characteristics, which is very important. And I suppose obviously collaboration with your supply and value chain around that as well, and making sure there's an understanding of knowing what the end goal is and what we needed to achieve for the client and for the end user as well. So these features contributed to the building having low U values and optimal air tightness and heat recovery. Obviously air tightness, thermal bridging being the key thing for our project. So yeah, so we face the complexity again, tying into existing building, as I say, considering the end needs of the users. As I say, passive house, classic, a really tight air tightness factor, which is fantastic. And we want a lovely green apple for our efforts as well. Some more features against that to make it what it is. I suppose Bryce Soleil, again working with the sun orientation, heating and overheating and cooling and likes that. So yes, the client are exceptionally happy with what they were given, and they've always got praises. So yes, sorry, I'll go quickly. So I touched on our new office is being built, so we are throwing the book at this in terms of BREEAM Excellent and Passive House. So I can't wait to get into it personally. So that'll be fantastic for us as a business to have that and a good accolade to show what we can do as a contractor. Touched briefly on it, research and development program. It's been in the go since 2015. And we currently have a student on board who we're doing a scope 3 piece for our supply chain, looking at carbon data and materiality within that. Touched on it as well. Our nature reserve, 26 acres. We've had over 5,000 pupils and students engaged in our nature reserve since it started. We do loads of re-environmental surveys of what we have. They love it. We love doing it, coming in and seeing what it has to offer. Through its multiple years of succession since we bought it over, we just left it go wild, and everyone loves it. So, on to the last slide. Our King's Award for Enterprise, which we've touched on. So I suppose this wraps up and shows basically our dedication as a business, as a contractor, what we've done over the years in terms of sustainability and for the environment. So something we're very proud of. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Did you want your, is this your laptop? Is that yours? Oh, that's yours. Okay. So, Sophie, could you join us up on the panel as well? And then the last person to join us on the panel is Professor Oliver Heydrich. And we had a great supper last night. I didn't say anything there, Rob. Oliver's a professor of civil and environmental engineering at Newcastle University, but a civil engineer primary. But also, I found it very interesting, this kind of edge of psychology and how psychology is a tool for change as well. Although you did say, I'm not a psychologist. But let's have this last panel. Do we get any questions from the floor, please, to start us up? Okay, no questions. Oh, we do? Rob's going to start.
Hi, it's one for Deborah, really, because clearly you're doing a lot of great work. Do your clients care?
Well, I would say it's interesting because, like I touched on, the educational sector and the healthcare sector that we'd be mostly involved with in England, in the Midlands, in Manchester, yes, they, in that industry, in that sector, there's definitely a lot of noise around what they want to see fulfilled in terms of sustainable and design and what we will report on, different metrics. We've touched on social value as well. That's, to be fair, in local public procurement, social value is massive. It's a really big piece. But my argument would be that environmental is quite small in terms of the social value. So I don't know if it absolutely fits within social value, if it could be something separate. But I think most clients they're aware of what we need to do, net zero 2050, decarbonise buildings, decarbonise the built environment. But I sense that perhaps there's maybe a gap in knowledge and how they feel it will work. I would say probably in Northern Ireland there's more of a piece around is it structurally sound? Is it structurally safe? Is it going to work for the end use? Because we're doing an awful lot of manufacturing buildings now in Northern Ireland, which needs specialised concrete, like 50 Newton, really high strength concrete to deal with like the loading of what the end use of that building's going to be. So it differs, but I would say there's a sense of, as I've already touched on it, cautious optimism in terms of embracing it fully, which we've seen with some clients, which has been excellent. So yeah, that slight divide.
Any other questions? One at the back there. Did anybody else want to come in on Rob's question there, or thoughts about clients? And
I think we're finding it varying. There's the drivers, so the public sector is very much driven by kind of there's a legal obligation for the public sector to do it. It's just maybe not got the funding behind it. I think from a private sector perspective, what we're finding is it's being driven by the investors in the background, so the net zero carbon frameworks that they're establishing, so like the Better Building Partnership and so on, the frameworks around that, and how that's trickling down into the assets that they're choosing to invest in or choosing to construct. And we're seeing it kind of come through on that side a bit.
okay, yeah, there was that moment, wasn't there? Mark Carney, before he left in his role, the last thing he did as the governor of the Bank of England was to pressure test all of the 6 main banks as to where the carbon exposure of all of their investments and where their money was tied up. Sir, up the back there.
This one's for Sophie, and it's a question really. There's been a recurring theme today about joined up networks of people and working together as a community. And this year, as Chris mentioned at the start, is the first year that Shift's kind of really opened its doors to the whole wider industry, including competitors, and I think it's a really significant step. The question is really a lot of the data and the mapping and the urban observatory stuff, is that open access and is that open source that you can, and where can you find this data to use, and is the urban observatory accessible to anybody free of charge?
So I think that's part of the situation is there's all the data out there and it's available to varying degrees. So there's the census data that you can kind of get access to. So there's so much there, and I think the point I forgot to make that Ollie was kind of keen to exemplify is that Newcastle is one of the most heavily censused areas in the UK. So there's so much data that's available, and then there's information that can be pulled in from the Office of National Statistics, and then there's energy data that you can get from the I'm going to refer to DEC, and that's obviously not in place anymore, but there's government data that has to be reported as well, and it depends how it's all reported, whether it's linked to, so we talked about output areas, so in England it's output areas, super middle air, and so on, and so you can find ways to link all the data up. And it's just, there's a cleaning exercise that needs to be done, and then I guess it's understanding how everything links, but there's a vast quantity of data that's available. If it's not available, the universities generally have access to an additional layer of data, so it's just finding what's there, having the conversations, and again, like the collaboration is key to it.
Oliver, did you?
Yes, no, certainly. I was about to say to Chris, I can show you, because I could literally show you the website. It's open access. It gathers billions of data sets a day, and you can interrogate those very well. We are following standard procedures on data collection and data reporting with the Urban Observatory. So we are trying to make this as easily navigatable as possible. It is quite a beast, to be honest. There are lots of different data sets, but we are categorizing them into the obvious ones, which are the 3 emission pathways of emissions to air, land, and water. And also we're looking at transport data, how many people are driving where and how they use the metro system. All of this you can see. If you type in Urban Observatory Newcastle, you will find it. And it's not what I have done, but my colleagues have done. And their claim to fame is that other people are talking about it, we are doing it. This is really, and I have been to various urban observatories across the world, and I can tell you now, this is the most sophisticated one right now.
Do you think the population of Newcastle know this?
Not at all. And would they care? I don't know.
But I would have thought a city with great pride of... Do you think they should know it? Yeah, and I mean, you know, one of your loves of life, I was going to say the love of your life, but one of them, the football stadium would seem an ideal place for that kind of thing to be communicated, things that are at the core of a community, so that the university, because then if people have a civic pride of what they're doing, and the university's a high performer, isn't it, I think, on where we are in terms of the league and things. You know, that's something to be immensely proud of. If you come from Newcastle, that's something that you would be then communicating to other people. So there seems to be an opportunity there.
You're absolutely right. And up to a point, what my flippant response was is actually wrong, because we have the public also feeding into this.
Okay.
So we ask for Twitter data,
Okay.
not something I understand, I have to say, or X.
X
called
data now, yeah.
But so there is the public as well participating.
Okay.
And we are engaging with the public, but it's not something I'm that familiar with, to be fair.
A sub question to that then, can you experiment on them? if you make changes, if you see what I mean, you would start to...
Yeah.
So if you've got a living...
You have a living
lab.
This is the whole idea. So we have established living labs, and that's what I have done with colleagues, living lab principles of a user-centric research. And we are using the behavioral changes, particularly with COVID, was a very good experiment to see what's happening. And we had already those data sets set up in 2017, 2018, so we could see the changes of behavior. There is a whole raft of information and research papers. If anybody's interested, please do contact me. I will make contact with Phil James, who is head of the Urban Observatory, who's a professor of data science at Newcastle. Please.
Okay. So, wait for the microphones coming your way.
Hello everyone, Jamie O'Shea, Pivotal Construction. Thank you for the presentations. This one is mainly for Deborah. I actually wrote a sustainability action plan for a construction company in Ireland last year. Since then I left and joined another organisation. But one of the things I was looking at that was tricky to figure out was a KPI where you reduce your carbon impact, how you do that and how you show continual reduction if the company is growing its turnover. Because you're going to work on a bigger projects and it's hard to show how you're reducing data. So how you're reducing emissions. So how did you balance that question?
Yes, no, very, very good question. This is a question that I continually tell our commercial teams, our financial director. But I suppose when it comes to scope 1 to 3 data, scope 3, you're growing as a business, you say turnover's increasing, projects are increasing, supply chains increasing, so it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's, as I say, the area that we're currently focusing on with bringing the student on board to kind of tackle that, to see what we can do from a contractor point of view to nurture supply chain, to mentor supply chain, and how we can collectively reduce our operational carbon. Now, I think that's going to be, it's such a big piece, because if you tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 subcontractors, your tier 3 subcontractors are going to have zero. They're going to have nothing, you know, and we're very, very much aware of that, whereas our tier 1 subcontractors who'll work on similar projects like ourselves with different contractors will have carbon reduction plans in place, they'll have their net zero strategy in place. You know, they're already looking at, or most of them have hybrid or electric fleet vehicles, so they're using different sources of fuel. Their cabin site setup is efficient. So, you know, it's something that I want to start with our tier 3 subcontractors, and just trying to get them to start gathering data from what they're doing in their activities and feeding that back to us. But I suppose, you know, from scope, a science-based target and reporting that data, it is your scope 1 and 2 only, which, look, we have direct control over that. It's easier to influence that and to bring that down as an organisation in terms of our operational output. But I just think a lot of contractors in the same place, we don't know really where to go, but we're trying our best, is what, you know, I'm saying we're doing. And in setting those KPIs, working towards them and sharing them, I suppose, and, you know, it's worked for us to date, and hopefully it continues to. But as I say, it's moving goalposts each time, you know. So hopefully the new government can come and solidify something for us and give us a nice direction to go with. net zero and the challenging landscape it does bring. So, yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Sophie or Oliver, comments?
I can tell you now, based on the question and the answer they were just given, which is brilliant. But I also, when you were presenting, I looked at your report, because that's what I do, because I look at data and understand that quite well. And you very cleverly have done the carbon footprinting per turnover as well. So that would, you change the KPI based on the functional unit, which is how you measure it. So sometimes you can say, okay, per personnel employed, or per turnover, and you have done all of these. So that's one way of illustrating it. So if you wanted to do a carbon reduction plan for a company, that's what I would do. I would change different functional unit and normalizations.
And be transparent about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, Marek Bidwell. I was fascinated by the sort of heat map of social issues across Newcastle, and I'm sure that those of us that live here are all looking as hard as we could to see if we were retired professionals or peri-urbanites, depending on where we lived. But on a sort of slightly more serious point, I don't want to get too political, but 15-minute sort of neighbourhoods, 15-minute cities have been mentioned indirectly today. I think John Elkington showed a slide of like farmers blocking roads in France, and in Newcastle, certainly where I live in Heaton, we've had quite a few cycle lanes and road closures go in order to, if you like, reduce air pollution, and then be ripped out again. I just sort of wondered, because you also mentioned about developing infrastructure, like the metro, and I just wondered if you had any thoughts about that. You've done this sort of wonderful work mapping where the hotspots are, but do the people even want it, or are they resistant to social and environmental improvements in the city?
So do they want it, or are they resistant to it? I think there's an education piece, because I think we can take it so far, but we've got an idea of how that would be implemented practically, whereas I think when you have the conversation about net zero carbon, a lot of people, you're going back to scratch because they're getting into it, but they don't know the whole piece. And so there's an engagement exercise that's key to the process and bringing people on the journey. And I think that's where it's about that vision, that kind of understanding the visioning and bringing people and helping them see that vision. And I guess it's providing the assurance of what is genuinely feasible and hearing their concerns as well. And so that's why I think there's that piece, there's the engagement piece and getting people on the journey. There's perhaps also, I think the other bit is, again, it's that kind of cross-party collaboration and having everybody on board from the outset with that long-term view. So no matter if it's different party, the next election, there's objectives towards a shared goal, no matter what party that you're aligned with, so that one's saying, right, we're putting it in, the other one's saying, right, we're taking it out. You've got an agreement on those policies up front from the get-go. And I think it's finding the right policies and the right priorities, and that's the critical exercise piece, is that it's kind of that emphasis on the values, and if it's on the values, that gives you the flexibility to be like, well, this is our current understanding now to work towards this, but maybe the technology develops in the background. If the value is there, you're working towards that value rather than the kind of siloing into a commitment at this point that might not be valid or relevant further down the line. So it's getting the right metrics, asking the right questions, having that engagement piece and bringing people on the journey. I know that doesn't really answer it at all, or it's quite a kind of light touch on it, but there's a lot of moving parts, and I think it's having sight of that all together, and so it is that collaborative effort.
Just picking up on a bit there, maybe they're linked, but Deborah, you used the word beautiful about the school, and beautiful if you would kind of extend that to kind of a well-being and everything. Do you think that pupils who go to a beautiful school will have a better education and then
Absolutely.
a longer life and happier life and then into those data streams then? So if you, I don't know, lob that one in to the three of you.
Yeah, I suppose they're younger kids, you're setting them up for life. They're in a unique learning environment in terms of the build. It's the lighting and everything, it's just lovely. And I suppose, as I say, there is metrics out there with like the sustainability assessments to make sure that internal environments for if you're retrofitting a building or if it's a new building, that they meet certain metrics and, you know, they have optimum heating, optimum lighting. There's no materials used that have high VOC, so there's no health risks associated with it, and paints and all varnishes and sealants are all low VOC. So, you know, you think of how much time you spend in an office building in a given day, how many hours, you know, so it needs to be a working environment for everyone. But yes, and then you touched on, I suppose, the beautiful piece. It's, you know, it is a wooden block essentially, Staffordshire University, but it's designed beautifully. But, you know, I suppose the new building stock these days, you know, there's not as much beautiful architecture happening. You know, they're concrete blocks, and I just hate to see it. But I suppose if that's the way the new planning system's going, they want quick, efficient buildings output. You know, and it's a shame to see some of our beautiful buildings being taken down and destroyed as well. So, but yes, I would advocate for beautiful buildings all the time. So I think they're quite important.
Sophie, beautiful buildings at the core of a beautiful society and a beautiful place.
Yeah, I think it's that. How do you define beautiful, though? I think if you have a building that is
that your way.
I think if you've got a building that functions, fulfills its purpose, you fall in love with it in a way because it does what you need it to do. So as a mother of young children, I have one of those stock chairs that I got and I hated it. And it was in all the design magazines, but it was a completely impractical piece. And so however nice it looks in all the magazines, it's completely impractical and I don't love it. Whereas I think if you've got something that just works for the function it's supposed to do, and I think that health and well-being piece is something that works alongside that, then you've got something that you fall in love with or you connect with, and it's about what are the kind of ultimate needs and how do you visualise beauty. And I think that's quite a transient thing. Like in Edinburgh University, we've got kind of the concrete blocks from the 60s that are listed, and some people find them beautiful because they represent something, they have a kind of moment in time. Other people find them hideous. So it's understanding. I guess it's being open-minded, but kind of what are the core values? So the health and well-being, I think that kind of priority piece, and there's a beauty that comes as a consequence of that.
Okay. Are there any thoughts on beauty?
Oh God, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
I would say.
Nicely said. And one of the areas that kind of we haven't really touched on, particularly during the day, is the biodiversity. So we talked a lot about climate, but running absolutely parallel. And I know that. So I sit on a sustainability advisory panel for the BBC, and they've done every single programme has an Albert Sustainable Production stamp on the end of it now. And they've just started doing some work around biodiversity footprint of television programmes. And they're doing that bit with Oxford University. So the University of Oxford is saying, what's the biodiversity footprint of running a university with all of the ramifications of that? Where do you think biodiversity fits into this whole kind of debate? Because that one, we need that one. You know, we can have a kind of balanced climate, but with no species, we'll be at a bit of a loss.
Yeah, I think this is
with your afforestation thing. That was kind of partly the link into that.
Yes,
I knew there was
our board love planting trees. So I think, well, I know that sustainability regulatory landscape, biodiversity is going to be a big feature Q1, Q2 next year with the new reporting standards. So I think a lot of contractors are now scrambling to, fill that void essentially if they have low biodiversity impact. They're looking to see what they can do and what they can branch out into. But With our nature reserve, we've had that for the best part of 20 years. We're part of a business and biodiversity charter, which we get audited every 3 years. So we have to show our commitment to biodiversity on so many levels: governance, community, education, what we do for employees as well. So we, thankfully, from our nature reserve and what we do, as I say, we have a resource efficiency KPI in each of our projects. We hit that metric and we hit that target each year. So as I say, the afforestation piece is basically, it's a last, now we don't want to offset, but if we have any residual carbon, that's going to be used as our piece for offsetting. As I say, I like the fact that it's local. It's something close to us, something that we have directly invested into, and all the benefits, to say, links into so many social development, sustainable development goals, sorry. And yeah, I think I can see a lot of contractors in Northern Ireland are scrambling to do something similar to what we're doing. I know another company have bought an area of land to plant trees on it and all the rest of it. So, but yes, and then we have other company land as well that we're going to plant a complete so many acres of wildflower seeds. So again, you're supporting the biodiversity ecosystem, the different bees, butterflies that will be attracted to that. So you're strengthening, you're keeping that, so, you know, the plate's spinning with everything, you know, ESG. So biodiversity's kept going too, because it affords us of what we need as human beings. So we need to protect it too.
Would absolutely support it, and kind of all opportunities that you can engage with it. So we did kind of the Eden New Bailey project, which has the largest living green wall in Europe. And it's understanding kind of what can you do across all the different projects. So if that's a city centre location, how can we engage with it there? What are the opportunities? But even with our kind of Gen Zero schools policy, then it's like what we've got is we've kind of demonstrated how the value of biodiversity at a much bigger scale. It's not just the biodiversity piece. If you've got that green landscape, the air temperature outside that school is reduced, so the natural ventilation strategy is more effective. You can use this trees as shade in the summer, but then when leaves fall off, you get the solar gain in the winter. So it's understanding, like, I think it's one piece of like a lot of elements, and if you start, you get the health benefits, you get the kind of sustainability benefits, you can kind of start getting the mental health benefits and so on. You start to kind of pull everything along in the right direction. So it's doing that holistic view and bringing everything along together for the wider benefits.
Okay. Oliver, any thoughts on?
I don't really have a view on biodiversity as such. I do know there are discussions at governmental level to include this in the procurement process. But how they are measuring this is not really something I do. You know, I do much more civil engineering measurements, not so biodiversity. But that gives me a segue into, you really have to measure things in order to manage them. And this is the real key for me right now. And I'm really, really encouraged what I've heard over this last few hours here, how people are taking this really, really seriously indeed. This is brilliant. Yeah, so.
Okay. So, the microphone's coming to you.
Hello, yes. My name is Ahmed Abdullah. I'm from iCore Systems, and my question is for Deborah. You talked about using PVs in all your projects, basically, that you mentioned, and my question is, are they imported products? Are they considered imported products? And if their carbon footprint is like calculated as well in your carbon reports. And since the government is introducing like a new legislation when it comes to carbon border adjustment mechanism, is that something that you have talked about in the context of your company or no?
Sorry, was it around PV only?
The PVs, yeah.
And basically where that's manufactured, produced, and then taken to our sites?
Yes.
And are we currently accounting for that?
Yes.
Well, I suppose that's bigger in the sphere, a piece that we will be looking at. But I suppose it's not mandatory as yet to report on that as a metric, but we are fully conscious and aware that it's something that will come down the line, which is why I want to get a simple embodied carbon calculator built into the business for our top 10 suppliers, our top 10 materials. You know, obviously we're an SME, so we don't have major amounts of supply chain, but again, it could be a sense of saying if we did go to our PV, our supplier that our subcontractor has procured the PV through, they may not have those credentials available either to give to us. You know, if we want to build something around that and calculate the carbon as a cradle to grave and bringing it to our sites and decommission and all the rest of it. So, no, it's something it's on our trajectory to be doing. You know, we're conscious of it, we're aware of it, we're discussing it. So, yeah, if the data's there and it's available, absolutely we'll be taking that and doing what we can with it and reporting it and embedding it into our data.
Here.
Thank you. It's Katrina Appleyard, Innovation Super Network and Appleton Consulting. The thing I'm interested in about was from Sophie about the long timeline and getting right out there into the future. And if we add in the actual idea about the build and then we add in biodiversity, but what we haven't really discussed is building for necessarily climate adaptation and climate risk into the future, and how many architects and how many planners, and whether that also fits in with the layers of data that we can sort of, you know, put over there to inform us. How much are you seeing that clients are interested in planning for the fact that actually we're going to have 35-degree summers and very wet winters, and are our buildings going to stand up to that, I guess? And does that then lead into the ability to deconstruct and the way we sort of talk about circular and deconstructing buildings and then being able to add on things in the future that will answer some of that? So it's complicated, but yeah. Any ideas?
Yeah, a lot of concept there. I guess the conversations are happening. I guess it's the follow through that's not quite there yet. So they're very much aware of it. There's a recognition that climate resilience piece is important. We had one project where we were reviewing a massive office building for a client, and their question was, is this a viable asset for us going forward, or are we going to be needing boats to get to it in the future? And that they just wanted that kind of understanding. And again, it's coming back to this, I think on the back of the hybrid working as well in particular, people are really evaluating the assets that they are kind of committing to, what their footprint is, how many do they need. And so there's a piece there where they're reviewing it to see if they can reduce it, and they're working out which ones are we getting rid of. Then there's the piece about who then makes the investment in that asset once it gets handed over to someone else. So it's almost always coming back to that investment piece then when they're looking at their building stock. I think that's where they're trying to, well, obviously not with the example that John had first of all, but we are seeing more awareness, like all the organisations that signed up to that Better Building Partnership, for example, then they've got that net zero carbon framework where they're reporting on their existing assets, their understanding, and then there's elements like the CREM tool, and we're kind of saying what is the value of that going forward. And we've now got the UK net zero carbon building standard pilot, which has set out these standards. So that's really going to start plotting out where buildings need to be, and I think that's going to really nudge it, because that's still from an energy perspective, but that's going to necessitate the refurbishments, and then it comes back to that deconstruction piece. And I think that's where we get it in, because we're getting a lot more, all of the retrofit work we can get in there with the whole life carbon calculations, we can get there with the circular economy, and people are really engaging with that piece. So it's happening in little steps from different directions. It's just not quite converged to a coherent strategy yet.
Anybody else?
I could talk for hours about this.
Okay.
So something which we started in 2015 called adaptable architecture. And we had some seminars and workshops here with colleagues from all over the world. And I wrote quite a few pieces, so please do look them up if you are interested. But we created a framework for adaptable architecture. But it comes, the question you're raising is much more important than that. It is about how we differentiate between climate change mitigation. These are the causes of climate change. A lot what we've heard today is about the causes of climate change. And then there's the other IPCC element, which is climate change adaptation. And that's how we deal with the consequences of climate change. And that we have not so heard so much today about, which is fine. I don't mind that. But there is something which we created, which is called the livable and living architecture. So how we need to change the functions of buildings in order to be adaptable. These could be based on the 7 layers of brand layers of a building, where you change the facade. That's what Space has done, for example, in this beautiful building, changing things around without completely knocking it down. But you can also, when you build with this in mind, that you can adapt and you have a livable architecture that is changing to its function, you make massive gains. And that is what we are aiming for. So I have created a framework around this. Again, I could bore you to death, I won't. But if you're interested, please do talk to me afterwards. Yeah.
Lovely. Okay. I think we're there. That's 20 past. I'm going to hand back to Rob, but can we round of applause for our panel, please? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Like as Chris said, we're there. I don't know, is it a sign of a great conference that when you get to the end, you're exhausted? I'm bloody knackered. I don't know about you lot. But I think what's been great about it, for me, I'm speaking personally, and I hope I'm speaking for you, it's just the intensity, the momentum, the thinking. Credit to the speakers. I've never been bored at any of them. So maybe next year we need to have a rubbish speaker in the middle so we can all just sort of have a bit of a, but yeah, everyone has been fantastic and I've thoroughly enjoyed it and thoroughly learned, but it does always give you, it does always give you a lot to think about. What I didn't see is why we did shift at the beginning. What's the point to shift? Why did we do it? A part of being a B Corp is advocacy. So you have to spread the word, and as been mentioned today, it started off as us learning and sharing alongside our partners and our clients and our own people. But then we've opened it wider, and it's great. And then throughout the whole year, we have ongoing discussions with people who said, oh, did you see such and such a shift? And that was really interesting. So that's the whole point of Shift and why we do it. And it's called Shift because we want to shift thinking. And one of the important things about Shift, it was never a one-off. We're into year 3. This will continue. It's a series. It doesn't, you don't just do it once and say, right, okay, we've cracked this sustainability and this carbon issue. It's an ongoing challenge. And any of those that were involved in the digital construction and BIM thing, we did that for 10 years. So I say we are relentless. And we'll keep going this one. And this carbon carry-on might take a bit longer than 10 years. But yeah, we wanted to bring some fantastic speakers to the Northeast. And I think today's testament we actually have. Interesting, quite a few of our speakers have never been to the Northeast. And I think that's great because we've actually brought them here. But I wanted great speakers. So for us in the region to be exposed to some fantastic speakers. So I feel we've definitely done that. And that's why I want to make sure the room was full. Which it has been today, which is great. As I say, we will be doing it next year. So if there's anybody that you think would be great to get to the Northeast, and it's if it's crazy, we might maybe just get Donald Trump next year, and we'll see what he's got to say. We'll see what he's got to say for himself. Timing has been amazing because yesterday it was a bit, oh God, right? Well, we didn't expect that to happen, but. Yeah, so if there's anybody that you think would be good. So obviously this final piece from me is all about thank yous and obviously for you lot coming and listening is great. But as I said, our speakers today have been exceptional. So a huge thank you to them. So you just give them a round of applause. You just Yeah, so thank you, and you're obviously all supposed to, the whole point of this is to shift your thinking, but to be inspired, so hopefully it's given you lots to think about. And then obviously, Chris, thank you, Chris, fantastic yet again, yeah, made the day run very smoothly, kept the momentum up, slightly disappointed, no faux pas this year, a bit disappointing for me, because that is, yeah, it always stays on, and always stays in your mind, I'm sure, but yeah, thank you very much, you've kind of kept it moving along really well. Another thank yous for me, Obviously, as ever, Katie and the Beacon House team for keeping us on the straight and narrow. And you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg today. It literally is a year's in its planning before we get here today. So thank you, Katie. Has done everyone over the last 3 years with us. And obviously our team as well. Certainly the space speakers, Catherine, the kind of we've always thrown in the deep end. At least this year you've been here a year. Last year it was 4 weeks. So I said, we're doing this conference. Would you mind speaking? So great for stepping up. And Elliot and Sarah, who do all of the internal work for us. So it doesn't happen. It is a cliche, but it really doesn't happen without that. So again, just on my behalf, thank you. Could you give them a round of applause, please? And then, I guess, two final things. One final thing, and I thought it was sort of... Emily touched on this, is what's the thing that you're going to do yourself, just as one little thing to take away, have a think about what that might thing be. I don't know about you, but using plastic's going to be difficult going forward, and cleaning my teeth tonight is going to feel a little bit strange. I was dying to ask Emily, what does she clean her teeth with? You know, does she, I don't know, does she use a plastic toothbrush or bamboo one or a timber one? But yeah, what's your one thing? And then finally, please come and join us for a drink and let's continue the conversation, and then I'm sure you'll all sleep well tonight. But thank you very much and thanks for coming, and we'll see you all again next year.